Hello, everybody. Welcome to Nintendo Pow Block here on Watchfish Network. I'm your host, the Lights Excited ADV. Join me, the one, the only bossman himself, Mr. Corey Dirrig. Hello, good sir.
Hello, Edward. Happy 2025, as they say.
Happy 2025. It is a new year, new season for everything. And
I don't think Ed knows what word season means.
What? I just feel like it's the new season.
This is not a seasonal show. This is a weekly show.
I'm talking about the season.
Nope. I'm
not talking about the show.
Move along.
I'm just saying, people feel like they got a new start for something because it's a new year. So they
Still
call
winter.
it a new season.
Still winter.
Are you sure?
I know. It was 65 degrees here today, so in Ohio for yeah. So,
Yeah. It was raining here. And I just changed my wind blade, my wipers, my windshield wipers. And I couldn't wait to wait for it to rain or snow just to see how it does. Because it's a different brand that I never use, so I wanted to see how good it is, and this really, really good. I could tell the difference from the windshield wipers that I had when I bought the car to the one that I have now. Because I literally have my windshield wipers for 4 years, and they were the ones from when I bought the car. So one of the strings came loose, and I'm like, well, let me change it and everything. So. Yeah.
Fun. Nice.
But yeah, I was excited to try it out. That's something about me that when I get something new, whether it's a game or clothes or food or whatever, I get excited to show it off, experience it, take a bite into it, see how things gonna taste. Like there's an excitement that I feel about it. I don't know if you ever feel that way, Corey.
Nope, I don't get excited about anything anymore, Ed.
What? What's the last excitement when we watched the Turtles movies?
I don't remember.
The first one?
I don't know. I don't even remember when that was. So long ago.
That was years. That was when you was in the old apartment.
It was a long time ago, as they say.
Yes, it was. That's the Arsenal X days, everybody. So
Dang.
That kind of tells you. But how are you, Corey?
I'm okay. I'm tired. I've been down, my head down in the bossies, trying to wrap that all up, which is I think when this episode comes out, we'll be 10 days away. So yeah, I'm very ready for it to be over. The editing and stuff. Shout out to LeRon who helped me get all these trailers because man, I tell you what, these companies used to give out their trailers like willy-nilly, like, oh no, you could download it from our website or our press page or whatever, and now it's all like buttoned up and whatever. And it was funny, I was trying to get one of the trailers for one of the games, one of the ongoing games. I'm not going to reveal what it is or who it was or whatever. But I emailed their PR team and said, hey, can I use a trailer for the upcoming thing for our award show? And they said, anything on the press page or anything that is out there already is fair game. You can use whatever you like. And then they sent me a link to their press page. You can find your information here. Well, I click on it. Mind you, this was like 2 or 3 weeks ago. I click on it. It hasn't been updated since 2022, the press page. So I emailed them. I'm like, hey, this link you sent me, the press page has not been updated since 2022. Is there anything recent you can send me for this? And then they said, oh, well, we'll see what we can do, and we'll get back with you. And that was the conversation.
Wow.
Yeah. So, yep.
Wow.
Anyways. Yeah, so that was fun. And I'm just so LaRon and I came up with this way to get the trailers that we needed, and he got probably 80% of them for me, and it was very
effective.
Man, I owe him a lot, because at the pace I was going, we were gonna have to like delay the show to April, because it just so because there are specific tools on Windows based PCs that there just aren't on Mac because of the openness of the platform. So it's just easier to acquire certain things. But yeah, that was super fun, and I don't want to deal with that again until next year when I have to do it again. What we should do, if we were smart, is every game that comes out at that time, download the trailer and throw it in a folder. Which was also the idea I had. Which was also the idea I had last year, and then we didn't do it, and then we got stuck in the same. Oh, it's okay though. I have all the trailers. I have all of the recordings done except for mine, so that's good. I'm waiting on one, but it's a very specific case, and we're working on it. So
okay,
I had the deadline be 12:30, okay, and there were certain special guests I was making exceptions for, okay,
yes,
if they needed more time, or if they needed to schedule because of certain things that they are also involved in. I said, okay, I will work around you. And so I'm working on scheduling this person for Tuesday to record the final thing that I need to put together.
Record.
But the template is already set up, so I can just drop and so I can just drag and drop the audio, video, whatever of the person into the thing, and then process it and go. So, man, this thing has just been it's been a much smoother, easier process aside from the trailer thing. Scheduling people and getting people recorded and everything. Also, Ed, I want to everybody always complains about how the awards happen in December and not in early January, mid-January.
Yeah.
And granted, we're small, so this probably isn't the case for much larger outlets, but also trying to schedule people during Game Awards, the Game Awards season, the holiday season, and the New Year is a nightmare. So by the time you would actually schedule these people, nobody cares about the games last year. So that is why these things happen in December.
Yes. Yes.
Man. Events are fun.
I think there's a difference between a Game Awards showing than a list of the top 10 with a game of the year. Like there's a difference.
That's fair, but we're not doing that.
Right. But I think a lot of people don't realize like the interactions that goes between the two, because what happens with maybe a list or a written list is that those editors and creators and writers at whatever they're at, they come up with that list, or they give their personal favorites or their vote on it. they put it out on their website, on social media, whatever. You click on it, bam, that's it. If you want to argue, throw it in the comments. We leave it alone. With the video presentation, there's more work because you have people just around the country and around the world coming in and you know, reading a script or improving or getting ready to present something, and you want to make sure that you don't you don't feel awkward or it doesn't look awkward, that everybody is on their A game, at least their A game.
Mm-hmm.
And that takes a lot of time. You know, if you look at the Game Awards and even the Indie Game Awards and stuff, you see the different production values throughout, and everything for those shows. That, you know, that's something that you can sit down and watch and wait with anticipation of who's going to win and who's not, for that.
Yeah,
you know. And
yeah.
but the
I mean,
video ones just, yeah, the video ones just take longer because definitely with editing, that goes on with it. That process takes a while, you know.
Yeah, but I also rather get it right than, you know, I mean, a live show would be awesome, but we don't have the
Yeah.
bandwidth or the people to do that
Mm-hmm.
effectively. We could. It's not like on a technical level it's difficult. It's just getting people. It's more complicated from a personnel perspective than it is an actual setting it up and doing it. So that's why we did it this way.
Is even a time zone kind of factor?
Yeah, I mean, even this, like, it was like, it's so, like, 3 hours doesn't seem like that long until you start scheduling things, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like videos and stuff. And I mean, I'm even thinking about moving our shows, because our shows release at 10 a.m. Eastern on YouTube and podcast services.
Yeah.
And I've been doing a lot of research on when and how to release podcasts for us and for work because of time zone differences. And you're never going to be able to please everybody. But
right.
You kind of look at your audience and say, who's our audience? You know, the United States and Canada are kind of our main audience, and you know, across, you know, like Europe and you know, England and you know, the United Kingdom, that kind of area is kind of like our fan base, right? So
yeah,
I've been thinking about moving our shows up an hour, because on podcast services everybody gets the notification theoretically, right? Because, like, you think of, and I know not everybody has a 9 to 5 job, but if you think of like a 9 to 5, right, you're usually up by 8 o'clock. So on the West Coast, you know, you're up and moving, and you're going to get that notification on your phone that a new episode is up. Whereas, you know, at 7 a.m., you might still be asleep. You might get a couple other notifications. You might be getting emails, whatever, right? So that's a whole nother ball of wax that we can kind of talk about at a different date. It's just,
especially when people commute. I think that's one thing. Like, do people listen to podcasts when they commute? I know I do.
I do.
When I'm going to work in the morning, you know, or if I'm going for my daily walk and stuff, I'll listen to a podcast. You know, so yeah. But
yep.
Well, Corey, how about we get into this housekeeping?
I guess we could.
All right. This is Nintendo.
Let me make sure it's right first. Hey, guess what? This is wrong. There, it's right now, I think.
Okay. This is Nintendo Pow Block. Okay, here we go. This is Nintendo Pow Block, part of the Boss Rush Media and the Boss Rush Network. New episodes come out every Monday on podcast services, YouTube, and our free Patreon tier. Support us on Patreon at patreon.com/Boss Network for perks like early access to podcasts, exclusive shows, and bonus content. If you can't support us financially, no big deal. Your listenership and viewership is enough for us. Subscribe on Boss Rush on YouTube, and don't forget to like, comment, and hit the bell so you don't miss an episode. If you're listening on audio feeds, remember to leave us a 5-star rating and good review on Apple Podcasts or Spotify. You can check out all of our content on bossrush.net and learn more about us on bossrushmedia.com.
Yay.
How was that?
I don't know. It was fine. It sounded like you read a paragraph. So yeah, before we move into like plugging stuff, and I'm addressing this on the Boss Rush podcast also when the next episode it releases, but this is releasing before that now. So first things first, Nintendo Pow Block's releasing on Mondays now. So that way we eliminate, because we usually record on the weekend. And by the time it comes out on Wednesdays, there are, theoretically 2.5 days of news that could have happened. Plus nobody cares about last week's news. So, you're kind of 10 days late on the news, right? Whereas if we record on Friday night, Saturday night, Sunday night, yes, it puts more pressure on me to edit the show and get it out. But also, we're not late on the news because it's the first thing people are hearing. So that's why we're moving the show to Mondays. Theoretically, the best day would be to release a new show would be Friday, but I'm busy on Thursdays. Ed usually work on Thursdays. It's just not going to work. So, second thing, Expansion Pass is now Boss Rush Expansion Pass. We have merged Nintendo Expansion Pass and Boss Rush Plus into just Boss Rush Expansion Pass. And then there's also a tier called Expansion Pass Plus, which is our exclusive content on Patreon. Right now, Expansion Pass Plus, our exclusive content on Patreon, which you can get for just $1 a month, is the Boss Rush Podcast Patreon show twice a month, which used to be the pre-show 4 times a month, but we're giving, like a 40-minute bonus episode every other week now. So that's that. Twice a month. You get the Nintendo Pow Block 1-Up podcast, which is once a month for now until we kind of figure it out. And that's your exclusive content. So you get 3 exclusive episodes a month on Expansion Pass Plus. Now, regular Expansion Pass is going to either be instant release or early access, right? Just kind of like we've always done. And that's going to be the normal, 1 month early book club, which you'll get free a month later. Instant access to spotlight interviews and the direct recap show and conference call, which is the covering the other consoles and Summer Game Fest and the Game Awards, stuff like that we would cover.
Yes.
And then, early access to stuff like the other stuff that we're doing. So Indie Block, we're kind of doing that as part of Expansion Pass, which is the new kind of indie focused podcast type thing we're going to do Boss Rush and Friends, which we kind of bring on people from other podcasts to do stuff with, other spoiler casts and review discussions, which Ed and I have talked about quite extensively on. We need to do a better job of covering games for Nintendo Pow Block, specifically of new games, and even if that takes up a spot in Expansion Pass to cover a spoiler cast or review discussion. So those are the types of things you're going to see in Expansion Pass. It's where all of our extra stuff's going to be held. I'm very excited for the trajectory of that. and that's going to be released. So Expansion Pass Plus is going to be released on Saturdays. Book Club is still going to be released on Saturdays, the final Saturday of every month, regardless if you're a free or paid listener. And then everything else is going to be released on Tuesday. So we'll be posting a schedule on social media. So I know I'm not the best at explaining things. So what the schedule is going to look like is Monday, Nintendo Pow Block, Tuesday, Expansion Pass, Wednesday, no podcast, Thursday, Boss Rush podcast, Friday, every other Friday will be After Dark. LeRon is working on getting that stuff figured out. And then every other Friday we're bringing Xbox casuals and Tower casuals back in-house to Boss Rush, so we can have more flexibility and bring in, not divide the audiences and kind of keep things together. It's just easier for me that way personally, and it just makes more sense, right? Tower Casuals is going to stay on its own YouTube channel because it's Destiny related, and it makes more sense to keep that on its own YouTube channel and its own podcast feed, to be fair, because Destiny is such a niche thing. But Xbox Casuals is going to be on our Patreon now. It's going to be every other Friday. It's going to alternate with After Dark. Once we get that rolling, Tower Casual is still going to release every other Friday as well on its own podcast feed, not on our Patreon feed. And then Saturdays will be Boss Rush Plus, which will be the Boss Rush Patreon show, and Nintendo Pow Block 1-Up show, which is our 1-Up podcast. Shouldn't say 1-Up show because that's taken somewhere. Even if it hasn't been going for 12 years.
Right. I was about to say it used to be Ziff Davis, 1up.coms. I miss that. I miss that site.
So that's how content's going to work moving forward. And I'm excited for it. I think getting more people involved is something we're going to do moving forward across every show. Getting our friends involved from other podcasts, I know Stephanie really wants to do this show part-time. I'm really excited for the content. I'm really excited for the schedule. And I know people have commented that I talk about the way our content is going more often than not I should. And I promise this will be the last time for a while. I'm just excited, especially about spoiler casts and review discussions. And we're going to do one on Donkey Kong. Yes. It'll probably be about a month later, I would say, just to give people time to play it. The one thing that I hate is when like IGN puts out a spoiler cast before the game is even out. And it's like, okay, well, just because you've played it for the last 2 weeks doesn't mean like anybody else is playing it, and let's relax. It's not their fault, right? I mean, that's just how their stuff is run and how their producers are scheduling things and stuff. Like, I get it, but it's, as a listener, it's kind of like, well, I don't want to listen to this now. And then by the time, I finish the game, or a normal person will finish the game, we've already all moved on to go backwards. So we'll definitely do one on Donkey Kong. We'll probably do one. Should we do one on Dragon Quest?
Dragon Quest 12 or 3.
12. Yeah. Should we do one on Dragon Quest 12?
If 12 comes out, I would say yes. Dragon Quest 3, not so much.
That was a joke.
No, I know, but I mean, if that was a Switch 2 like launch day release game, I would be down for that.
Yeah. So here I have the list in front of me of games that are coming to Switch this year. And I know, and this doesn't just have to do with me and Ed. This has to do with, I know there are some games on here Pat would love to do spoiler casts on as well. So games I think are definite yeses of spoiler cast and review discussions. Donkey Kong Country Returns HD for us.
Yes.
I know that it's not really like a story there, but I think we need to talk about the game as its own separate thing. Legend of Heroes Trails Through Daybreak 2. I know Pat's going to want to do something with that. Xenoblade Chronicles X Definitive Edition, we have to do.
Oh, yeah.
Coffee Talk Tokyo, we're going to have to do.
Yep.
Dragon Quest 1 and 2 HD 2D remake. I think what we should do is talk about the trilogy as one go.
Mm-hmm.
It would be my thought, or do like a two-parter, do like, spoiler free and then 3 as one and then 1 and 2 as another one. But that's we can talk about how that's divided up, but I think we should do the trilogy at the same time. I think we should do
Think about, just to let everybody know, the thing about the Dragon Quest games, they are long. They go past 40 hours. So it may take a while on how we go about that, but we are going but we'll talk more about it when we get it the
like I
details
said, we're
down.
not going to do it. We're not going to do it the week it comes out. It'll probably be like a month
No.
later. At least a month later. Especially like when we get to Xenoblade Chronicles X, like that game is so long.
Yeah. And that's even before you get the particular mech in that game. It's still long.
I mean, that game's like 100 hours long on the medium end. So we'll cross that bridge when we get there. Yes. Metroid Prime 4 Beyond we should definitely do. Pokemon Legends ZA or ZA we should probably do. Professor Layton and the New World of Steam we have to do, because that I love Professor Layton.
Say
The Legend of Heroes Trails in the Sky, the first, which is the remake of that first game, we should probably do.
Yeah, because I haven't played none of the trail games.
Yeah, I mean, I was going to start somewhere, but I was like, well, if the first one's coming out, I should probably start with the first one. But also I need to consult Pat on, because I know he wants to do something with that series, and I don't know if we should wait until the remake of the first one comes out or if we should start sooner than that.
I would need a list first, because I don't know the lineup of all the games that came out.
The order, yeah, I know. I have the order somewhere, because I was looking at, because they're all of them are available on PlayStation, I think.
Mm-hmm.
In some form. Maybe this Into the Sky trilogy is not. But the rest of them are on PlayStation in some form. So I was looking at that, but that's just the initial thought. I don't know if we want to do this Suikoden 1 and 2 HD remasters. I don't know if we want to do the Lunar remasters. Freedom Wars doesn't need more. I think we should do one on Star Wars Jedi Power Battles. Just kidding. That was a joke.
I mean, if you want to, I'm down for it. I'll give it a try.
I really don't want to. I will play through it and maybe, make some content out of it because it's funny, but I'm not gonna go out of the way to do anything with it. So, but yeah, that's just kind of the initial list here. Plus, and obviously these are outside of book club. Like our first book club, I think, of the year is Echoes of Wisdom. So obviously we have that covered. So we'll figure it out. I think there'll also be like a mix of new and old games in that regard. So anyways, we'll get into all that, but I'm excited to do some spoiler casts. I am making it a real priority to play and finish more games this year. We'll get into that later, but yeah, that's kind of the rundown of what to expect from us in 2025 as a team, as a unit. I know Andre wants to be a little bit more involved in this show. I know Austin will appear from time to time. Pat will appear from time to time. I know the Ron might come on once this year. And yeah, I mean, we're also like the other big thing too is we're moving to like the dual hosting system across every show. So it'll be easier for us to A, schedule guests, and B, take breaks when we need them. So LeRon is going to be hosting a lot of the Boss Rush podcasts this year. Not like every week, but you know, I'm gonna, especially when the Switch 2 comes out, I'm gonna probably take like a couple episodes of the Boss Rush podcast off because so we can cover the Switch 2, right? And then once that whole large hurdle ends, you know, Ed, I'm sure you're gonna want to break for a week or two.
If I do any break wise, it would probably just be for work. Other than that, I'm me. I would be down for it. Because definitely when Switch 2 come out, direct recapping, talking about the library, what could lead up to more games that we wouldn't expect come to the system and everything. Are we going to see new publishers and developers be on the platform? Like
are we
there is
are we gonna see Final Fantasy jump to Nintendo, right? I mean, like the new games, right? Well, new quote unquote. Like Final Fantasy VII Remake has been rumored to be a Switch 2 launch title forever.
Right.
Are we gonna see that? I'm kind of holding out on that. I know the rumor is that those games are coming to Xbox, and I might buy 16 on Xbox, but like if 7 comes to Switch 2, I would probably play it there instead.
I think more people will. And I think this is going to be probably one of our one-up discussions. It's just like with Switch 2, is it going to be is it going to be just like the regular Switch with people acquiring games and being excited for games on Switch 2, or is it going to be like we done this already, we want something new and everything? Because like for me personally, I'm going to be excited for more games coming, and I wonder if it's going to be more re-release this game on this platform, but when it comes to Nintendo Switch, maybe Switch and Xbox might get it at the same time, or Sony and Xbox might get it at the Nintendo release, because definitely with the Nintendo Direct, we're going to be like, okay, what game is console exclusive and what game or what game is time exclusive, I should say, and everything. Because Switch 2 is going to be a big factor in 2025, and I kind of feel like, and I'm sorry, Eric, we're gonna move on. I kind of feel
we are not
like
gonna move on.
With Switch 2, I really think that Valve and all the other PC handhelds and even Microsoft and Sony are going to be looking what did Nintendo do differently with Switch 2 that we never thought of, and is there some way we have the technology to incorporate it? Because if there is a way for that to happen, it's going to make a lot of people be like, I can't believe they're doing this, but yet it's working for them and it's working for the industry. So it's going to be exciting to see.
Yeah. Yep. Very excited to see this is only the second time we've ever covered a console launch.
Yeah.
I mean, it's hard to believe that we've been doing this for this long, and this is only the second time we've covered a Nintendo console launch on this show. I went back and actually rewatched the the new Nintendo 2DS XL episode where I opened the 2DS on the show. It was like episode like 12 or something ridiculous. It was something really old. So I mean that's the last time a console came out. It was the Switch and then the 2DS.
Because we was already in our Wii U era, so
yeah. Oh, the Wii U.
I wonder if we met before the Wii U came out, how would we cover that system?
I don't know. The same way we covered it towards the end. We would cover a game for like 3 months and then BS for a couple episodes and wait for the next one to come out.
Pretty much.
Because that's what we did.
Pretty
you know
much.
what I'm really excited for though, Ed, is to do our 1-up episode on the Switch retrospective once it's over, once it's said and done. You know, like this console is very special in a lot of ways, not just because it's a great console, but like I think for us, this console is something really special.
Yeah, it changed. Outside even just Pow Block, I feel like the Switch changed the industry really on how we play and accessibility to games. And from people having doubts and stereotyping it for what it may be when it turned out, it surpasses everybody's expectations and more. So it's kind of hard to be like, Nintendo, how do you top it, or how do you meet this and evolve it?
Yeah.
So well, Corey, you want to hop into Snacktendo?
No.
Yeah.
No, I'm just kidding. No, we got to. There's more content to plug real quick. So
go ahead.
We talked about the Bossies, January 16th, 8:30 p.m. Eastern Time, 7:30 Central. Very excited for that. Celeste and Andre are hosting the pre-show. We have a whole slew of writers co-hosting with us this year, presenting, and a lot of special guests. Very excited. On paper, after the pre-show, the Bossies are looking to be about 2 hours on paper. So just throwing that out there, prepare for that. The pre-show is about 20 minutes. There's going to be a 10-minute intermission between the pre-show and the main show. We're going to run some trailers. We're going to, I don't know, there'll be something to entertain people who want to stay. But if you want to grab snacks and pee and, do whatever you need to do before the main show starts, we're putting a 10-minute buffer in there. Second, there's going to be a short break between, I think, I haven't decided yet. There's going to be a short break in between the best of the year categories. Well, let's see, up to the best of categories, and then the best of categories. So there's going to be a small break in between there, so people can kind of get up and stretch and walk around. I don't know if we're going to do that or not. Kind of leaning no, kind of leaning yes. I don't know yet. So just keep that in mind. Lastly, Stephanie and I interviewed James Montagna of Way Forward about Yars Rising and him working with Atari on this, and just how interesting and kind of special that game is. And I told him, and I wasn't just, tooting his horn because we like Way Forward and I like him, but like, I think if Yars Rising was a more popular if Yars Revenge, Yars as a franchise was more popular, and Atari was in a different space and it had kind of not hit a low point at some point, Yars Rising kind of did what Astrobot did for PlayStation in a lot of ways. There's a lot of history in there, a lot of, there's a Missile Command boss in there. There's the Black Widow boss in there. There's all kinds of like Easter eggs, like the save points are like the 70s Atari arcade cabinets. they put the original Yar's Revenge game in there as a hacking mini game. Like it's really well thought out. It's really cool. There's a lot more than that, but those are just kind of like some of the cool things. And gotta give our hats off to James and the team that worked on that. And he also worked on Advance Wars 1 and 2 Reboot Camp, which is also he's worked with two of the biggest names in gaming ever, right? Special game, special guy. I'm excited to see what game he works on next, to see how he handles that, because Advance Wars was also really well done. That's it. I'm done with that. Sorry, I know we're like 40 minutes into the show and all we talked about is stuff that's upcoming, but I'm really excited about 2025, Ed.
Yeah, there's a lot going on. There's a lot going on, everybody. So be prepared for this year. Mm-hmm. So Corey, let's get into Nintendo. And apparently we both have been stacking on one thing today in our own separate ways, everybody.
Oh, jeez.
So I had Subway today, everybody. I tried out the honey mustard barbecue grilled chicken sandwich. Really good. They put shredded cheese on it, like cheddar cheese. On it, they had honey mustard, their in-house barbecue sauce, grilled chicken, lettuce, tomatoes. I added black olives to it, but they don't normally have black olives. It's lettuce, tomato, and pickles that's on it. And then you could choose your bread. I always get Italian herbs and cheese. You can have it toasted. I wanted mine toasted, but they didn't do it. But I was like, fine. Of course, I had 2 chocolate chip cookies and a lemonade with Sprite in it. So that's what I had. I didn't know that they was doing that sandwich until I went on the app and ordered it for in-store pickup. I was like, I'll give this one a try for it. And it was really, really good. I really enjoyed it. Like I said, next time I am going to try to get it grilled. So yeah. And
really?
Also, yeah, I'm not grilled. The toasted for the bread. I'm sorry. I do love grilled chicken. And of course, everybody, because it is a new year, I have to have my cheeseburger deluxe from one of my favorite hometown restaurants. And it's a tradition that I start the new year off with the cheeseburger deluxe from that place, from this place called Full Moon, and they gave me a soup, and they also give me fries and everything. They put the pickle on the side, but there's something about it's a the burger, that the way that they make it is flame boiled, a little bit like Burger King, but like they actually cook it flame boiled, like they don't put it through a machine or anything. And it's just it's been a tradition ever since my dad took us with my mom for New Year's, like after church, for years, ever since I was like 5 years old, since 1985. So I have kept that tradition going, and I'm excited, to keep that tradition going. So of course I had to have my cheeseburger deluxe. What about you, Corey?
Well, on Christmas Eve, we're going to start back to Christmas Eve. Christmas Eve, we have this tradition. We do what my wife likes to call the Jewish Christmas, where we get Chinese food and watch Christmas movies at home. And so she got the sesame chicken and I got the General Tso's chicken and some pork egg rolls and some lo mein. It was really delicious. I was really into it. And then, yeah, it was really good. And then on Christmas Day, we went to my parents' house, and my mom made a bunch of food that was like, it was kind of all over the place. It was good.
Mm.
But, recently, we had really good Chipotle yesterday. We had Subway today. By the time you hear this, I will have had some latkes because Hanukkah ends on the 2nd, January 2nd this year. And we are going to be doing that for, we're going to be eating those. And I'm excited. I'm excited for those because they're good when they're fresh, right? Right. When they come off the
Yes.
thing and put on your plate, and they're kind of greasy and good. But the real kicker, Ed, is when they are you reheat them in the oven,
Mm-hmm.
and then they get extra crispy, and you put a little bit of salt and
Yes.
pepper on top the second day.
Ooh.
uh I'm really
I've never
excited. My body is not.
I've never had it. And I
It's just
worked
so it's just a potato pancake with it's shredded potatoes. What you
Mhm.
do is you take shredded potatoes, you dice up some onions, you can add as much salt and pepper as you kind of want, and
Mm.
then you put it in a pan with a little bit of oil, and you just kind of fry them up, right? They're big, kind of splattered hash browns, kind of. So
Well,
you've probably had one and just didn't know it. Also, since they're technically kosher, there's no like butter involved or
right.
like that kind of thing.
So in our early days of Nintendo Pow Block, when I was at Toys R Us, my Toys R Us was in a Jewish neighborhood. And so I was waiting for some of the, not customers, but some of the cashiers at my second job who were Jewish to bring in latkes, and they never did. So that's why I never got a chance to try it. Um, so
Hmm. Yeah, it was. I love them. I look forward to it every year. I wish
mhm.
we could have them, not not just once a year, but it is what it is, and they're really good. I hope
did
there's enough to last for the course of the weekend.
did Arby's have something like that?
They had the potato cakes, those triangle
Oh,
potato
okay,
cakes, and I loved
yeah,
them, and they took them off the menu. They
okay,
were my favorite. Like, to me, they were better than the curly fries, the home style fries, the mozzarella sticks, which
ooh,
we both love. Like,
yes,
dude, you get those things fresh. You get some of them salt packets and just
uh,
and they're steamy hot. Oh, they're so good, man. And like, I used to dip them in the horsey sauce too, because I'm obsessed with horsey sauce from Arby's. I'm obsessed with horsey sauce. I literally
nice.
won't eat any other sauce at Arby's because it takes away from the horsey sauce. So, because I'm a terrible
That's
person.
different. That's different than the Arby's sauce, right?
Yeah, it's the
Okay.
horseradish. It's like horseradish sauce, but
Okay.
yeah, it's really good. Now I just want Arby's. Apparently, there's an Arby's by my house now, and I didn't had no idea, or maybe I did and I just forgot. But there's one. There's one right next to the Best Buy now.
Ah,
So
hold on. The Best. Did we go to that Best Buy?
yeah,
Okay, it's in that plaza.
no, it's not in the
Okay.
plaza. It's not in the plaza. There's like so right across from the Best Buy, there's like a Cracker Barrel, and then the road kind of curves around, and then
Yeah.
there's like this back road before you get to the main road, and it sits next to a gas station and something else. But
Okay.
yeah, I want them so bad. I want potato pancakes, and they don't have them.
Yeah. Okay.
Sorry, I'm having a pretty good time. Although my son is crying right now, I hear him. I hope you don't hear him.
Uh,
I don't think so, because
no.
I have a pretty decent noise gate on this microphone, but uh, you never know.
Oh, he must have woke up from his nap or something.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. No, nap. It's 10:30. He's asleep. He probably had a night. He was having night. He's been. So I don't know how rare it is, but apparently when you are around 3 years old, because I remember Riley having them too, but not this much though, to be honest with you.
Mm-hmm.
Night terrors are a thing. And he's been having a lot of them recently, probably like 2 or 3 a week. And he kind of like wakes up but doesn't wake up all the way, so like he's like still dreaming, but he's up and awake and crying, and it's like I'm sure you've had a night terror before. It's really scary, and I mean for a 3-year-old it's extra scary, so I don't know, I think it's like a growing thing, but like, man, I get them when I sleep on my back, flat on my back, which is strange. So I don't know, but I hear him. He's okay. It's dying down. My wife probably went in to get him. Also, you're not supposed to wake people up from night terrors. I don't know why. I don't know.
Because I think it's the physical. They might be in the mind. They may feel like it's too real once they get touched. And be like, oh, this is a zombie or whatever actually touching me. And stuff like that. Until you actually get into reality and realize that, oh, it's mom or dad or sister, brother, or whoever.
Yeah. So that's yep, that's what's going on with him.
Okay. Was that everything, Corey?
Yeah, I think so. Probably not. I don't know. There's been like a month of things that we haven't talked about stuff, but I don't remember. So for now, yes.
All right. Well, should we get it to playing with power?
Has it
Corey,
been
where have you
has
been?
it been that has it been that long that you forgot what segment was next, even though it's listed right here on our doc?
Well, you have other things on the list. It's a new
Do
doc,
I?
so yeah.
Oh,
At
well,
this,
okay. Okay. Yes. Programming note. When there is a big important game like Donkey Kong Country Returns HD, we will be hopefully playing it together, and we will talk about it together before we get into the other games that we've been playing.
Yes.
That's why it says important game of the week on the doc, Ed.
Okay. Just wanted to make sure.
Maybe I should have that second after what we've been playing, so you don't get confused. Just kidding. We're going to leave it there. Mostly because I don't want to fix the template, which is another doc. Yeah, so what we've been playing. So I've been playing a lot of games with my kids during the day. Honestly, my son and I have been playing through Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles Shredder's Revenge, and he loves it, and it's making me enjoy the game more because he loves it. And we are 12. We're on level 13, somewhere in there. 12, 13. He's having a lot of fun with it. He loves Raph. He's like he loves Raph. Raph's like he loves him. So we've been playing through that, and it's just been really fun because I have a picture of me when I was 3 playing the Ninja Turtles arcade game. And he's 3 playing Ninja Turtles, and it just kind of like, I don't know. I remember playing Ninja Turtles when I was young, and it just brought back a lot of memories of, game, the Fall of the Foot Clan on Game Boy and games on NES, and obviously Turtles in Time is a huge, one of, Turtles in Time and Hyperstone Heist are 2 of my favorite games of all time, and so it's just been really fun playing this game with him, and he got really excited when I told him that I have a bunch more Ninja Turtles games that we could play after this one, like because
of the collection.
Yeah, and
It's
also Splintered Fate added a couch co-op mode, which he might like as well. Because it's just top-down arcade, whatever. So yeah, Shredder's Revenge, man, it's a really good game, and like the quality of life things that they've added to it through updates and the DLC, and my daughter's been playing a little bit with us too, which is fun. She really likes Mona Lisa, which is the gecko character. My nephews love Mondo Gecko for some reason. So it's been really fun watching them learn how to play that game. We've also been playing a lot of Mario Kart 8 because they love Mario Kart. I mean, I also do, but like, look, man, I can only play Bowser's Castle and Rainbow Road so many times, okay? Because what happens is, like, I let them alternate picking courses.
Yeah.
And my son always picks the Bowser's Castle levels because he loves Bowser and Bowser Jr. And my daughter always picks Rainbow Road because she loves rainbows. So it's like, you guys don't want to like try something else? Gotten really good at Bowser's Castle though. And then they're always like, why do you always win? I'm like, because I'm better than you.
I'm waiting for your son or your daughter to pop you with a red shell and just
look, man,
ruin your day.
I gave them a whole lap head start one time, and I still won. So, like, and I'm not just saying I beat them; I beat everybody, like the computer players too. So, granted, we were playing easy computer
50cc.
players on 50cc, but still.
You gotta let them win once, hopefully.
I know. So I've actually been letting my daughter play by herself once in a while because she really likes it, and she knows she's not good and she wants to get better at it, which is fun to see. I mean, she's good for like a 6-year-old, right? But she knows she wants to get better. So we've been running time trials so she could like learn how to drift and learn the courses and learn how to play without the items and that kind of thing. And she's getting a lot better. And I've actually like busted out my launch Switch, and I'm gonna load it up with a couple games to let her play, like Mario Kart and Pokemon Let's Go Eevee. So that's that'll happen. But we've also been playing a little bit of Let's Go Eevee, although she never wants to leave the forest. So we like never advance, and so it gets really boring. So, and then I've also been playing a lot of Roller Coaster Tycoon Classic and Disney Dreamlight Valley. Ed, Disney Dreamlight Valley.
Did you make progress?
Still good. I'll let you figure that one out on your own.
You have not.
No, I have not. No, here's the thing, Ed. There's a Christmas event going on right now. So I've been sidetracked with that. So still not out there.
Well, I feel like you haven't progressed in the story.
I haven't had any
for about a year and a half.
I haven't had any story progress since like February.
That's crazy.
No, I would say June. Yes, it was June because that was the only game I was playing before Destiny came out.
Okay,
so it was June, and I missed the Disney Parks. I missed the Disney Parks Star Path, which was like the one I was waiting for.
When are you going to make progress? Are you going to try to at least get further into the game in 2025?
Yes. I have now I have purchased a Rift in Time and Storybook Vale, which are the two DLC islands. And also yesterday I started one of the quests that I need to progress the story. So it's how it's set up is like I haven't been doing any of the villain arcs because I don't like the villains. So like Ursula and Scar and Mother Gothel and all the villain characters that are in the game. I haven't been doing any of those arcs, which is why I can't progress the story. But in order to unlock certain villain arcs, you have to progress some of the side characters' side quests. So I have begun the Buzz Lightyear alien side quest that will unlock the rest of Ursula's story path, which is the one I need to progress the story.
So you got to do C to get to B to allow B to open up A, and then continue forward.
Yes. But then there's also like a tertiary story that just unlocked on the main island where Sally from Nightmare Before Christmas is now unlockable. And now I have to find a bunch of candy bags in 36 days before that quest goes away. So that's why I got sidetracked by the Christmas or the winter Star Path, which is like their Star Path is their battle pass or their season pass. That's what that is. It's like it lasts for 2 months and then they get a new one.
Okay.
And then this free update, which is the Sally update. So that ends in 35 days now because it was 36 days yesterday. So I got to finish those. But I'm making progress, Ed. I'm telling you, by the time Donkey Kong Country Returns comes out, I will have made progress.
Yes.
Also, by the way, Ed, side tangent. Donkey Kong Country Returns HD comes out on the same day as the Bossies. I'm also terrified that the Switch 2 is going to be announced the week of the Bossies.
I don't think so.
Terrified.
I don't think so. We're ready and prepared for it, but I think Nintendo is not. I think Nintendo we don't want to start the year off like this just yet. We want to make sure that everything is really in place, is tight, and is right. We'll wait for the Bossies and Donkey Kong to drop. I think February is a silent month for Nintendo. Let's all talk now because we got until March to say something. If February is like a quiet month for Nintendo, especially with no Nintendo Direct in sight. Let's get to talking in the month of February, because everybody game who releases in February is not going to matter once our announcement comes out.
Yeah,
that's my theory. Now, if it drops on the Bossies, I may have to call it to work.
I'm just saying, if it drops on the Bossies, I'm gonna be really angry. I'm gonna be really angry, dude. Also, it's a Switch 2 and it really doesn't matter because I'll be excited anyway. But also,
yes,
I want to watch the Bossies with friends. I don't want to have to be like, well, can't watch the award show that we put on because I gotta go talk about Nintendo for an hour and a half.
Exactly.
So,
okay.
Anyways, back to the regularly scheduled program.
Okay.
I have been making progress in Roller Coaster Tycoon Classic, Ed.
Yes.
I'm on the second park.
Yes.
I played 3 rounds of Forest Frontiers. But I made it to Desert Dunes. That's what it's called, right? Something like that.
I think so, yeah.
I haven't figured out how to charge people to enter my park. I don't know if that's like an option that I have to unlock or what, but I can only charge people for rides. I can't charge people to enter my park.
I thought you could.
You can. I don't know how to change that. I could have looked it up, but I just didn't because, I probably could look it up and the answer is like super simple and easy, but you know me.
Right. You'll figure it out.
I will figure it out because I'm a real boy. Oh geez. All right, help me out. What else? Oh, the other thing I want to mention in this segment, it's not really a game, but we got Riley a like one of those Pokemon Lego / fake Lego sets, the Mega Blocks ones.
Yeah.
And it's the pixel art ones. You know, those pixel art ones of like
yes.
Charmander, Bulbasaur, Squirtle, Mew, Pikachu, and Eevee. Well, we got her the Eevee one and we put that together. Dude, she's obsessed. She loves it. She loves Eevee. Like,
nice.
She is beyond obsessed with Eevee. She loves Eevee. She doesn't even like really care about Pokemon in general, right? Like she likes Pokemon, but she doesn't care about the other Pokemon. She loves Eevee and all of the evolutions of Eevee. And she knows that my favorite one is Flareon. Like she knows my nephew's favorite one is the psychic one. I didn't keep up after the 151. So sorry out there, Pokemon fans. Although, Ed, we'll get to it. We'll get to it in questions because we have a question about it. Okay. And then my son got a Donkey Kong expansion pack Lego set for the Mario Legos. So we built that also.
Oh, nice.
It's the Dixie Kong Island one. So.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, he was really upset though because the box has Mario on it, even though it very clearly says Mario's not included. He can't read because he's 3, and he didn't understand why Mario or Donkey Kong weren't in this set. And I had to explain it to him. He was like, "Oh," he was like really upset. But then we put it together, and he like played with it for like an hour and a half. So,
oh wow,
whatever. I think we're already missing pieces, but it's fine. I know.
Okay.
And then we went to Chuck E. Cheese. My son is really good at the Halo game.
Oh wow! Oh no,
dude, we were sitting in the like the cart vehicle thing.
Yeah,
dude, he's like he's not even sitting; he's standing and like shooting the gun. He's like, aliens, like screaming at the machine, and like while he's murdering all these Covenant and Flood. It like to the point, he's so loud that the people at the machine next to us were like looking into our machine, looking at him like he was a crazy person. I was like, I know he's just excited.
I know, just like you got to calm down.
Yeah. He was so funny though. He freaking loved it.
Oh wow.
Yeah. Anyways, I'm done. Sorry, I know I took too long, but I had a lot to say. It was fun.
Yes, that's cool. Well, for me, goodness. So I've been playing Indiana Jones in the Great Circle and Rise of the Tomb Raider, and I think I'm enjoying Rise of the Tomb Raider over Indiana Jones. I don't know what it's about it. I know everybody's loving Indiana Jones.
It's because it's an immersive. Indiana Jones is like an immersive sim light, and that could go either way for people, I think.
Yeah, I'm like in kind of I would say like the third level when I'm in this town and like with the Catholic priests and all of that.
Vatican
and
City,
I think that I think a lot of that stuff is open world ish. And I've been trying to do explore with it, and I don't know, there's something about the game that's just not keeping my attention. For me, I'm still playing it, but I think it's because of playing Rise of the Tomb Raider and me knowing how Rise goes. Um, I think there's more interaction. There's something about Rise that continue to stand out as like one of my favorite Tomb Raider games. There's something about Indiana Jones that's just not clicking for me, and I don't know why. But I am committed to playing it and finishing it.
Mm-hmm.
And everything. And I don't think it's a bad game at all. I want to make sure that that's clear. I don't think it's a bad game at all. I think I want to do the puzzle stuff. I think I want to get into some of the action instead of doing a lot of stealth stuff. I think there's something about this game that I don't know. It may be the first person perspective that's not working for me, and I feel like if it was like an Uncharted or Tomb Raider, like a modern 3D action game or adventure game, I think I would enjoy it more. Um,
Mm-hmm.
but I don't know. I have to play more. So I am gonna give it some more time, and I am going to be committed more to keep playing it. Um, for Switch though, I went back to an oldie, The Legend of Zelda: Ocarina of Time. I it was Christmas time, and I was just like, I haven't played this game. I beat it twice before, but I haven't like I remember getting this game on Christmas Day and being super excited. Like I said before, it was my second strategy guide that I brought with my Christmas money as a kid when the game came out. Um, because I was at Gerudo's village, um, trying to figure out how to get out of the jail thing. Uh, but I was just like, I haven't played this in almost 2 decades. Um, and I'm like, I gotta throw it in. I gotta play. I mean, I gotta go NSO and I gotta play it. And right now, I'm still enjoying the game. It's taking me a little bit to get used back to the controls with it because this is an N64 controller on the Pro controller, so there
Mm-hmm.
is some kind of differences there.
Do you not
Um,
have the NSO controllers?
I don't. Mm-mm.
Mm.
I Every time they came out, people just ended up getting them and buying them. They selling out, and I'm like, I'm not even going to worry about it. My Pro controller is good enough. So, yeah, Ocarina of Time just still a fantastic game. Can't wait to play more of it. And then, shout out to Chad Caselmo at Square Enix. Uh, he posted a picture called an indie game called Master Quest, and it's like you're a fox who is in this Zelda adventure kind of game.
Oh,
And
Tunic.
it doesn't
Sorry.
actually better than Tunic, because you can move faster. Um, but it does do the same thing, kind of. It like how you go to a sign that shows you directions and everything. It doesn't tell you on how to play stuff. But I'm definitely enjoying it. I beat like 2 bosses, and I got like 3 more to go. But I am having fun with it. I am enjoying this game, and it's one of the black. I guess they're called it's black and white genre games. Like they're like indie games that they only use the 2 colors of black and white.
Mm.
With it, and
Mono-
I've had some
monochrome.
yeah, kind of. Well, not maybe. Well, no, because monochrome has some grays and colors and stuff in it. Sometimes, well, no
Well,
color
no,
at
no
all.
color. Monochrome is just like either one shade of one color or just black and white.
Okay, yeah, this one is like full on black and white. So yeah, maybe monochrome games. But I'm definitely enjoyed that. Um, and I know we got some games to show off. Um, and everything. So I'm going to show, and this is going to be a quick one. I actually bought the Avatar Frontier of Pandora for Xbox. It was only $19.99 at Best Buy. So I was just like, let me take the chance to snag this. So I got a lot of Ubisoft games that I'm super excited to play that I haven't. Like I'm still working on Star Wars Outlaws. Um, I'm going to do Avatar once I get done with Indiana Jones and Star Wars Outlaws, so I could take them off and put them on, and everything. I definitely Indiana Jones because that's like that one's a big game that's taking a lot of memory on my Xbox. So I kind of want to get that off and everything. Um, so yeah, that's pretty much what I've been playing and what I show. But yeah, Master Quest and Ocarina of Time definitely on Switch. I'm having a great time. And I'm excited for Donkey Kong Country Returns HD. Um, Getting back to that hard platform. Um, but that good hard platform because there's something about the Donkey Kong games is that it takes time to play and learn, but watching it when everything just goes so right. It's such a great experience. It's just something about that game to be like, this feels so good.
Yeah. Yeah, man.
Yeah.
Sounds like, yeah.
Yeah. So, that is what I've been playing with Power.
Nice. I'm very excited for Donkey Kong in a couple weeks.
I am too. I really am.
Yeah. Very excited.
Yeah. Well, Corey, you got some pickups that you want to talk about?
I do, Ed. So a lot of games were on sale, as you could imagine, over the holiday break. So I thought I would show off some pickups. I've, as many of you know, I've been trying to reintroduce a physical collection into my life, and it's been working out pretty good. So I picked up the Tomb Raider box
Yes.
set. There's a lot of physical things in here. There's a steelbook and a map and a soundtrack and all kinds of weird stuff in here. I probably didn't need the big box, but I have a shelf full of big boxes. So
I got the same one. Still wrapped up though.
Yeah.
I'm literally excited to play it, dude. I can't wait to play this remaster.
Yeah. It's well, 4, 5, and 6 are coming out soon this
year.
Yeah. So
I'm excited for that too.
I hope it gets a box like this. Because I've played all of them. I think I finished 3. I finished Last Revelation and Chronicles on the Dreamcast. And then, oddly enough, I had the first one for Sega Saturn, which was crazy. And then I never played Angel of Darkness, so I'm very...
Me neither.
A lot of people said that was like a low point. It was supposed to be like a soft reboot of the series, but...
Yeah, but it has some technical problems, some bugs, and the controls were bad.
You know what this gives me hope for, Ed? Is that after the... Oh my gosh, that wind outside, man. It's crazy. After 4, 5, and 6, I really hope they do the Tomb Raider Legend trilogy. So like Legend,
yes,
like a real HD kind of version. Because like as much as I want like the reboot, the 2013 reboot and Rise and Shadow on Switch, and I assume those will come to Switch 2 at some point, and so either some gold collection or, you know, they sell that digital gold collection on Xbox and PlayStation, and it's like $20 all the time for all 3 games, which you should be purchasing and playing, everybody out there. But I don't think the Legend trilogy gets enough credit. So it's Tomb Raider Legend, and then it's the anniversary remake of the first game, and then Underworld, and Underworld has 2 DLCs that are expansions of the story. I think they're really, really good. Again, probably games of their time, but they took that weird movement of, you know, the original trilogy and actually made it feel modern, if that makes sense. Um, and the story was really good. And I remember playing I had the GameCube version
Where
of
did
it.
you? I had the Xbox version of Legends,
So
and
I
I
played.
think I still have it.
So I played Legend. I had Legend on GameCube, and then I had Anniversary and Underworld on the 360. Uh,
Okay.
Now I just own them all digitally on 360, and they're all backwards compatible on Xbox if you have an Xbox lying around. I'm sure they're
I
on
didn't know they
Steam.
did that 360. I didn't know they have them.
Uh huh.
Oh, I'm gonna have to try to snack it. On Series X if they still got them. I didn't know they. I didn't know they bought them as backwards compatible and had them digitally on
Mm-hmm.
the storefront.
Mm-hmm.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay.
Uh. So yeah, I hope the Legend games get that treatment. Get this treatment because they did a pretty good job of making them feel like the old games and making them look better without overdoing it. I think that's what Aspire does pretty well. I know we like to poke fun at them, and obviously the Knights of the Republic remake thing didn't go well, and the KOTOR 2 fiasco and the Battlefront online fiasco, whatever. But I think when you look at their portfolio of games overall, they are a really good remaster studio. They just did the Legacy of
Mm-hmm.
Kain games too, and they do a
When I
great
still
job of.
need to pick up.
Yeah, I know. I've totally forgot that came out. Uh, but what they do a good job of is making the games look how you remember them looking,
Mm-hmm.
while also looking modern, but not feeling like the like it has a $200 million budget, because they don't, right? Like they do a great job of making the games feel and look how you remember them back in the day. You know, doing what they need to do to make some of the assets look better, replacing certain assets with you know like character models specifically, especially in the Tomb Raider ones, right? Like they replace a lot of the models, but they look like the models look like Lara from the box art of the games, not like the
Yes.
weird pixel art, right? So uh I really like what Aspire does overall. I think their Star Wars games are really good, have done a really great job of that. They've done quite a few other projects as well. So just shout out to Aspire. I know they've been getting a lot of hate recently because of the KOTOR thing, but I think they do a pretty good job. All right. So I got a physical copy of Mario Maker 2.
Yes.
I got Sonic Superstars,
Yes.
which is something I've been wanting to play for a while. I got the Sonic Origins Plus box set, which I'm excited to play.
I've been wondering should I get that one?
Yeah, I would. I got
I think
Octopath
I'll get.
Traveler 2.
Yes. Oh, great soundtrack, great stories and gameplay. Oh, love that game. Still was
Interesting
brought for RPG of the year.
interesting thing. I thought Nintendo published it on the Switch. This box says Square Enix on it, not
Mm-hmm.
Nintendo. Whereas my box copy of Octopath Traveler 1 says Nintendo on it.
Yeah.
So, fun fact. I got Bayonetta Origins, Erased and
Yes.
the Lost Demon, and then I got Kirby and the Forgotten Land.
Yes. Oh,
So that's
such a great game.
so my goal by the end of the year, Ed, by the end of 2025, is to have every Nintendo first party game physically, and then most of the games that I would consider great games for the Switch. Like I have the physical for Tunic, Death's Door, a lot of the remasters that have kind of moved over, Prince of Persia, like games like that, and then like
Yeah.
obviously weird oddities like Wolfenstein 2 I have on Switch because it's a weird game to own for the Switch. And that was
But
one of the first games that I ever covered, quote unquote, professionally. And that game kind of has a weird spot in my heart, so I kept it. I also have Young Blood, but it's just a code in the box, so it's not. I don't really have it physically, but the box is cool, I guess. And I have The Witcher physically, which is cool to have
I
because
do
that
too.
game is really the Switch box looks really cool. So yeah, it's just that kind of stuff. And then indies I'll get physically on Switch, like
I,
Shovel Knight and Hyperlight Drifter and Axiom Verge and a lot of
and
JRPGs like Persona.
I think that's why like these kind of gangster stuff at during Black Friday and holiday sales are kind of the best time to get them. And
Mhm.
when they're not on sale or they're not visible to see that you could go get them, it doesn't feel right. I think that's why some of the Black Fridays I just be like, man, what happened to all the games, Switch games that I need and that I want? Why they're not on sale, or why they stop making them? It's so weird because I think
Mhm.
normally do the past years with some of the Black Fridays. Of course, I would get like PlayStation 4, I would get Xbox, but I was always looking for the Nintendo ones, and whatever Nintendo ones I could snag, like order and go and pick up, or just see in the store no one's touching. This is a game that I need. It used to make Black Friday shopping for video games so much fun.
Mhm. Yeah. So that was my pickups. I my goal. Well, gotta stop saying my goal this year because we have a question about our goals for the year. So I'm trying to wait for
Mm-hmm.
that. So what did you pick up anything over break or get anything over break that you want to
It,
shout
it
out?
was just Avatar
Mm,
that I got. That was the only
okay.
one because everything else that I got was like the Black Friday, so there hasn't been like any like new games that I picked up. Like we got the Suicide Squad game.
$5,
And
man.
then dude, when you literally told me that, I was on it.
Yeah, I was like, I'll play this game for $5.
$5 with the DLC. Heck yeah, just give it to me
Yeah.
all. Um, so yeah, it's just pretty much that for what I have. So um, I still need to get Fantasia Neo. I'll do that soon. Um,
Better do it
but
soon
yeah,
because they just released a second printing though. Apparently, because apparently it was really popular. People, I don't know
mhm.
if it feels like an. Remember when Octopath Traveler 1 was really hard to find for a while because they didn't expect people to want it.
Right, right. Because I had pre-ordered mine from Best Buy to get my
Hmm.
Octopath.
Hmm.
So
Yeah. Uh, yeah.
yeah.
Anyways,
Well, Corey, how about we get into Femi News? Take it
oh,
away.
Fammy news it is, Ed. Fammy news it is. So we I'm gonna try to really keep up with it this year. So we're dividing Fammy news into a couple segments. So there will be headlines, which are the big news stories, rumor mill, which are we're going to keep up on some of the rumors for Switch 2 until the Switch 2 is out, and then we'll kind of cover rumors of like games and whatever there. And then we'll do a wrap up, which is just like if there's any important game updates, any important, we kind of try to do that with like, oh, Fortnite has blah 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 skins in it this week or whatever. But we're not going to go into all that. But like for example, Mighty Morphin Power Rangers, the Switch version is getting their quote unquote online patch, and it's been submitted. So we'll get into stuff like that. And
Yes.
then obviously Pack Watch, and again, I'm gonna really try to keep up on NSO updates, new games on NSO. I wish there was an easier way to track that, but um, I don't really know how we're gonna track that.
Only thing we can do
To
is
be
just
honest,
keep watching Twitter.
Yeah.
Because the thing
Gross
about
computer.
this, yeah, I think the thing about this is when they announce it, their announcement is late at night that goes live, but they're doing it because of Japan's time. So that's why
Yeah.
it comes out late.
Yeah. Anyways, that's kind of where we're going to try to do with family news. I don't want to limit us, Ed, on this show, right?
Mm-hmm.
I've been saying that for a while. I don't want to limit us of like, oh, we've been running for this long. So like I want to make sure we cover the things that we need to cover. So let's get into family news. Let's get into the family news, the headlines. First of all, NieR Automata, Ed, passed a new milestone at 9 million units in sales, with a big surprise coming in 2025. I have to tell you, man, I love NieR. You know how like sometimes you get into those modes where people on the internet say they love a game and it kind of feels like a
Mm-hmm.
hipster move, or like a, oh, I love this game because everybody else loves this game and I want to be part of the conversation, so I'm going to pretend like I love this game type thing. I really thought NieR Automata was going to be one of those games, right? For me, of like, oh, people just like it because it's like this weird little whatever sexy android fighting monsters and weird robot people and whatever. I have to tell you, man, I was 100% wrong when I played this, and I love this game.
Mm-hmm.
I love this game so much, to the point where like I want to a NieR Automata statue to put up with my Destiny ones. Like, been looking into those, although some of them are kind of weird. Don't go looking for weird statues of sexy anime girls. I'm just gonna. That's
It's a
pro
whole nother
tip for life.
conversation.
Open it incognito mode. Make sure nobody's walking around behind you. By the way, I have a story to tell. We'll get back to the story, Ed. I was trying to get trailers for the Bossies, and I was doing best action game, and Stellar Blade is up for that award.
Yeah.
And of course I was looking at which trailer would be the best. And of course, I watched the one trailer that you probably shouldn't watch in front of other people, as my wife is walking behind me. Of course I am. Of Eve in 37 different sexy costumes. It said an Eve overview trailer. I said, "Oh, she's up for best new character. Let's watch that, because maybe that's the trailer we can run behind the image I have of Eve." Not the best idea, Ed, to watch on the couch in the living room with my kids sitting in front of me and my wife walking behind me. Just throwing that out there.
That's everybody. That's a double take move. Be like,
yeah.
Wait 1 second.
Yep. Anyways, back to NieR Automata, Platinum Games, and published by Square Enix, has surpassed 8 million units, crossing the 9 million unit threshold, marking a significant sales milestone for the acclaimed action RPG. It was announced that the achievement during their New Year's stream, expressing gratitude to the dedicated fan base and hinting at new developments they are planning for 2025, without providing any specifics. The game's success highlights its compelling storytelling and unique gameplay, solidifying its status in the gaming landscape and generating anticipation for future content in the NieR franchise. There have been a lot of NieR crossovers recently. Not a lot, but Stellar Blade, speaking of Stellar Blade, actually just had a NieR crossover.
Yeah, that one was really nice,
which you have to pay for. Right? I mean, yes, you have to pay for it, but it's like $30 or something ridiculous.
Oh,
so you can dress her up. It's something weird like that. But NieR's been really popular, and I'm really happy that this game found success, especially because Platinum's been going through some weird changes over the
Changes.
last few years, right? Like Hideki Kamiya is back with Capcom. A couple other people have left to join him there. What's going to happen to Platinum? I don't know. Hopefully something, they just kind of reinvent themselves and keep doing what they're doing, right? But like, this seems to be, and we always talk about, Bayonetta and Vanquish and, not Okami, Wonderful 101 and some of their other games, but NieR Automata really seems to be their crowning achievement. And like,
Yes.
everything that they're good at is in this one game, right? Everything they're good at. And I'm just glad that it's found the success that it probably deserves,
Yeah. And with it,
Still wait.
oh, go ahead, Corey.
Oh, I was just gonna say I'm still waiting on Replicant on Switch. So where's that at?
Yeah. So and with NieR Automata being on 3 consoles, Xbox, PlayStation, and Switch, uh, and I don't know if it's on PC just yet.
I think it is.
It's
I
good.
think it is PC.
PC. It's good to hear these numbers. Because definitely I own it on PlayStation 4. I don't have it on Xbox because I know it's digital, but I do have it on Switch. Like I pre-ordered the game. When they showed that the Nintendo Direct, me and you talked about it, and we were just like, yeah, we got to pre-order this game. And I love the game ever since I played like the first level. I'm like, oh, this is a treasure game that Platinum has made, and it was just all this good stuff. So it's really well deserved. Right now, yeah, Platinum is going through some things, but Platinum has actually been quiet. They literally have just been quiet, so they probably are working on a sequel for NieR or working with the team to make a new game. They're probably also working with Nintendo. I've been thinking of Astral Chain has been coming up, and people have been visiting Astral Chain because it's something that they miss, and I kind of feel like if Platinum is quiet and Nintendo is quiet at this time, they gotta be talking. Something's gotta be cooking. Um, you know, with between those two. But for right now, celebrating a 9 million win, 9 million in sales across all these platforms and everything, that's awesome. And yeah, it took a long time to get to this number, but people are getting the chance to experience a great phenomenal game. So
Mm-hmm.
shout out to them.
Yeah, and if you haven't played it and you're listening to this, it's usually on sale on the Switch eShop, relatively, usually like around $20. And I think the physical, if you can find one, retails at $40.
Mm-hmm.
And it runs really well on Switch. Like it's one of those ports of like, man, they really nailed this port, right?
Yeah.
Um, so Sega games though, or not Sega, Square games usually run really well on Switch though, right? So, sorry, Platinum. I just kind of associate with Sega a lot because of Vanquish and Bayonetta. That's why I said Sega. Sorry, everybody. Square Enix. Check it out. Very excited about another game in the series. I've been holding out to play Replicant because I really thought they were going to port Replicant to Switch at some point, and they never did, which shocks me.
Yeah.
I bought it on Xbox, but I'm like, I would really like, because I'm weird, Ed. I like to keep all my series on one family of consoles.
No, I sometimes wish I could do that, but there's just times that
You
there's
just
no
buy it on
possible
every
way.
console.
True,
You
yeah,
don't.
but like the old Prince of Persia, like with Warrior Within, and like I got Sense of Time on GameCube, but like the Words Within and the third game I had to get on Xbox because I couldn't find them on GameCube. The other two I couldn't, those sequels I couldn't find. Nobody had them, and I mean I would have paid some money to get them, but I'm like, I had to jump to Xbox because it was like only about $15 for each game on Xbox used at the time that they came out. So I'm like, I had no choice.
Yeah. Yeah, no, that's fair. But I hope I wonder if that'll be one of those announcements next year. Like they'll port Replicant to Switch next year. And then whatever the new NieR game is will come in 2026 or something. Kind of,
yeah,
kind of use it as like a marketing beat / let's make some money while we can. So, all right, Ed, let's move on to the next story.
Yes.
Keeping it in Japan. This all comes from the Japanese creators conference over there. By the way, a lot of this news kind of happens at the end of the year because our next story is also from that. But this one is Level 5 has kind of stated that they are going to release a bunch of games in 2025 for the Nintendo Switch specifically. Level 5 CEO Akihiro Hino has announced that the company is developing several games for the Nintendo Switch. Has reiterated that they will release in 2025 and focusing on delivering high quality titles to the platform. While specific game details still remain under wraps, Hino assures fans that it will be very interesting for the future. Known for popular franchises like Ni no Kuni and Professor Layton and Yokai Watch, Level 5 aims to continue to support the Switch. So one game we do know is Professor Layton and the New World of Steam. Apparently, Layton's Mystery Journey, Cottrell and the Millionaire's Conspiracy, which was the last one that came out, did really well for them. Yokai Watch 4 in Japan did relatively well for them. I don't know if Yokai Watch 4 came out here at all.
It was supposed to come out, and it didn't.
That was that time when they... Sorry, I didn't interrupt you.
No. You was about to say what I was just about to say when they stopped. They weren't going to bring games from Japan over to America. Yeah, you're right.
Yeah. So that was that's kind of where they're at. I hope they end up, because like Yokai Watch never took off here like it did in Japan, right? Because it was kind of like a Pokemon style game, right?
Yeah.
Like a kind of it never took off here. I'm kind of surprised, especially because like Digimon really took off here when it was kind of first came over. Yu-Gi-Oh, I know not really a Pokemon like, but kind of. Temtem was kind of popular when it came out. Obviously, Pow World is kind of doing whatever, even though that's not really Pokemon. So I don't know. I'm just surprised it never took off here.
So the thing with that game and that series is that they showed the TV series at a time where kids were at school. They showed Yokai Watch too late for kids to even watch it, so it never caught on because the kids just didn't get to watch the anime. So even when the toys and stuff started coming out, they were like, "What is this?" and everything. I got one of them for 3DS, for Yokai Watch, but because none of the kids were able to see it due to the cartoon, they were just like, well, it's not going to do nothing for us. And Pokemon is just going to keep Pokemon was just dominated at that time also. So yeah, I think now if there was a way for kids to watch Yokai Watch and they did decide to bring the game out, it was popular in Japan, but it just wasn't popular here. I think if people are willing to give that game a chance, and depending on the reviews for Mitsu and everything, they were able to localize it, probably change some things and bring it over to Switch. I say if they did even for $40, I think that game will become popular. And people will be interested in the series to be like, oh, I didn't know it was a cartoon. Let me go see if I can find some episodes for it. And Professor Layton, like everybody's waiting for that. With all the delays that Level 5 has, had, there's still anticipation for their games to be released back here in America. And so that's why everybody's been just like, when they drop a game here, please go and buy it, support them, because they do such amazing they amazing work with their games, and that's one of the big things. It was a big surprise when they said it was going to bring back they was going to be publishing games here back in America, and a lot of people in the community who own Switch, who own Level 5 games, was just like, people go out and support them, because we don't want to go through where they're not getting the support from us and they start bringing their games or they end up closing. We don't want that happen to Level 5.
Yeah, man, Level 5 really really doing it, man. They're really I really hope they find success. Everybody needs to buy Professor Layton, by the way, please.
Yes.
For me.
Yes. What was the they're closed now, but they did the Star Wars game for GameCube. Factor 5. I always sometimes get them. Man, I wish Factor 5 came out. That game, if that GameCube Star Wars was remastered and dropped on Switch, I would pay $60 to get that game. I would pay $100 if they want to decide to do a collector's item. I would go to limited run if I have to get that game. That tells you the dedication that I miss that game. And I love Factor 5. I love their work, and I miss them too.
Yeah. I mean, Rogue Squadron was...
Oh, that was so good on GameCube.
Man, they had that Wii trilogy collection supposedly coming out at one point, and then they had an online version ready for Xbox, and they just... couldn't stay open. Oh, man, rip Factor 5. Well, speaking of Factor 5, we're not talking about them anymore. We're gonna move on to so Ed, I know how you like your Japanese stories, so here we go. The weekly Famitsu The weekly Japanese magazine Famitsu has revealed the, quote, most popular games played in Japan in 2024, based on votes from 181 industry professionals in Japan. The rankings were compiled by asking individuals to share their favorite games of the year. And here's what is happening. Here are the top 20 games played in 2024 in Japan. Dragon Quest III HD 2D Remake, Astrobot, and this is from 1 to 20, by the way. No surprise, Dragon Quest III is number 1.
Right.
Dragon Quest III HD 2D Remake, Astrobot, Metaphor ReFantazio, Final Fantasy VII Rebirth, Black Myth Wukong, Elden Ring Shadow of the Erd Tree. That kind of surprises me in Japan a little bit. I guess not. I guess Miyazaki did that, right? So guess not.
Yeah.
Unicorn Overlord, Romancing Saga 2 Revenge of the Seven, which is a game I would really like to play. Like a Dragon, Infinite Wealth, another game I would really like to play. Stellar Blade, Street Fighter 6, The Legend of Zelda, Echoes of Wisdom, Balatro, Sheer and the Wanderer, The Mystery Dungeon of Serpentcoil Island, Doraemon Dorayaki Shop Story, Silent Hill 2, Rise of the Ronin, Tekken 8, Zenless Zone 0, No Case Should Remain Unsolved. So those are your top 20 games in Japan for the year.
This is the crazy thing. Balatro is the only non-Japanese game on this list?
Well, Black Myth Wukong is Chinese, so.
Oh,
And Silent Hill
oh, yeah,
2 is Bloober Team.
Bloober Team. Stellar
Oh,
Blade also.
Yeah, that's Korean. So womp womp, Ed. No, I'm just kidding. No, but it is the only kind of like, we'll say, Western developed game.
Yeah.
So yeah, that is interesting.
And that
Lacho's huge, man.
Yeah, it is. I'm surprised Tekken 8 is low on the list. And Silent Hill 2 is low on the list. But I can understand. I'm like, this really is a great list. This really was showcasing the strength of uh the Eastern gaming community and just developers. Like they like on this list, Atlas probably, Atlas of course didn't play around. Sega didn't play around. Yeah, Nintendo only has one and Sony has one. But a lot of the third party stuff, like, yeah, they this list pretty much dominated 2024 if you were into a lot of Japanese games. Like you go and probably own, I would say maybe 5+ games on this list and maybe even more.
Mm-hmm.
You know, so it's like, I don't know what I'm not counting out the West or anything, or like Europe or anything, but like on any list from anywhere, just for nominations, one or 5 of these games are going to be on that list or make that whole category itself.
Yeah. Oh, good times, huh? Good times.
Yeah.
Good times. So, but Ed, that's kind of where we landed on news. We do let's do some wrap up here before we get into the rumor mill, because these rumor mill stories are pretty large and I just want to kind of get through this wrap up stuff. So Mighty Morphin Power Rangers Rita's Rewind, there's a new update out on the Switch, and the online play patch has been submitted. If you don't remember, we kind of talked about this at the end of 2024 when this game was released. At first, they thought the game was going to be delayed, but they actually released it without the online play.
Mm-hmm.
So they are patching that in sometime in the, probably by the time this episode comes out, it might actually already be available. So keep an eye out for that if you're interested. And then Anton Blast, the indie game, has received a patch that increases performance to 60 frames a second. So if you are into that game on Switch, you will be getting a performance boost. So that's very nice. Awesome. All right, Ed, let's hit this rumor mill.
Yes.
Nintendo Switch 2 rumor time. So Game Rant has an article about the recent leak that surfaced online towards the end of 2024. There were a bunch of images that leaked from, manufacturers of accessories to product line images to kind of, CAD generated kind of, images of the unit. And so there's just been a lot of speculation from enthusiasts, obviously like us. We kind of try to keep on top of these things. The leaked images showcase a redesigned console that appears to be sleeker and more angular, which suggests with suggested improvements in processing power, which we know, storage and display resolution. The authenticity of these images have kind of faced a lot of backlash from certain sectors of the audience. These things are out there, man. The Switch 2 images are out there. These, to me, these are, especially ones with accessory companies that are kind of posted these images, right? Like that company that posted the carrying case with the unit inside of it, like it's an accessory for the thing, and the CEO commented on the accessory. So like, what do you? I don't know how you're supposed to take that, right? Like, they obviously have either mock units or even units in hand to make sure that their accessories fit the console, right? So like,
yeah,
I don't know. To me, some of these images, some of them are fake, but some of them are clearly real, in my opinion. And I mean, it looks like a larger unit, and the Joy-Cons look like they're rounder, right? Like the Joy-Cons look like they're a little bit round, almost like almost PSP or Vita shaped in a way. But I don't know. I think not all of them are legit, but I think some of them are legit, Ed.
So I'm going to be completely real with you. I haven't looked at none of the pictures because I felt like ain't no way the in no way that pictures like these are going to be leaked. Definitely from a manufacturer who was under contract with Nintendo, who
They don't
knows
care,
who
man. Some of
they
these
would care
companies
if they
don't care.
they would care under contract. Oh, go ahead.
My thing is that these companies don't care because they think they're going to make it. Even if Nintendo does come after them for leaking this, they're going to make enough money from their accessories to either settle whatever kind of lawsuit Nintendo tries to come after them with, or they'll just go away and disappear. Right? I mean, those are the two options. And
because I think Nintendo would just straight outright ban them to be like, yeah, we're not even want any of your peripherals no more. Your license to do that, we have taken it away and everything. And if I was a company, knowing that I need Nintendo's business because my business is not going on anyone else's platform and it's not doing nothing on PC, and I know that I sell a lot on Nintendo consoles, I'm going to keep my mouth shut. I'm not going to. I want every employee to know that if you leak this, we will fire you. We will fire you, and you will be fined.
yeah,
I'm like, because if you are the person who makes us lose our license with one of the companies that we need for our business, oh, I'm not going to try to say we're going to destroy your life or anything, but we will come for you. We would not. We do not play around. So that's
I
why
mean,
I
look at
just
these emulators. I mean, it's not going to be as bad as like the emulation scene, but like, look at some of the emulators that have been. I mean, some of those lawsuits are like millions of dollars. You know?
Yeah. And we know that Nintendo likes to put out fake articles. Not fake articles, like fake stuff to see who's going to leak what they can. And once they find them, they go after them. So none of these consoles could be real at any point. You know, like especially when you don't know the technology that's inside the system to connect to your controller wirelessly or with a wire. You think Mad Cats is going to say something? I'm using Mad Cats.
Mad Cats.
Right. Turtle Beach. That's what I should have said. You think Turtle Beach, who probably know a lot, if I had to trust anyone who have a Switch 2 console to make sure that they accessory work, it's going to be Turtle Beach. And if you think Turtle Beach is going to play around with their employees or whoever to leak stuff, they not. They not about to lose the license to Nintendo. Oh no! I mean, yeah, they'll have Xbox and PlayStation and PC, but if that happens, oh shoot! You think Xbox and Sony gonna trust them after Nintendo got rid of their license? Y'all did the stuff you did to Nintendo is a possibility that you'll do to us. Nah, we're not taking any risks. We're taking our license too. So you already know Turtle Beach is like, don't you dare say or touch anything that is connected to the system and leak it. Keep
Yeah.
the mouth
Well, I mean,
shut
these
and your hands to yourself.
right. But also these companies aren't anywhere close to being as recognizable as someone like Turtle Beach or Razer or any of those companies, right? These are like newer. We need to make a name for ourselves, so we need to get out there and try to be, the idiots online to try to make a dollar. No mid to long term goal, right? So I don't know, man. It's dumb.
Yeah.
It's really dumb. But I think the images are real. I think what I've seen indicates everything that we've heard or seen or kind of speculated for a while. But then there are other rumors, Ed, about the power of this thing. From a pretty trusted source in gaming at this point, Paul Tassi from Forbes. He is most known for his coverage of games as a service games like Marvel Rivals. That's pretty big for him right now. He's a huge Destiny. He covers a lot of Destiny stuff. So games like that, right? But he's been on the Switch 2 train for a little bit now, and performance enhancements for the Switch 2 are expecting to be, which we've kind of talked about before, similar to a PlayStation 4 Pro or along the lines of an Xbox Series S in terms of power, which we've talked about before. But his article goes into the caveat of that, right? Where it seems like the dock is going to provide this thing a lot of power, right? Because once you put it in handheld mode, it seems that it will drop to about the power of a base PS4. Which, okay, that's fine. That's kind of what happens when you play the Switch now, right? Like, not that the dock has any processing power in it, but like,
right,
it does. By giving it power, it's not using the battery, so the Switch is kind of knows that it can use more power, and so it powers 1080p on your TV, and gives a few more bells and whistles on the TV. Kind of ups the frame rate of certain games, and this is kind of what's expected. But having a a portable PlayStation 4 esque console, to me, is super exciting. It's really exciting. There's a lot you can do. There's a lot of third party support you could garner, right? Like you look at what the Steam Deck does, right? Like this thing's going to be more powerful than a Steam Deck, and it can run stuff like Final Fantasy and games like Star Wars and Jedi Fallen Order and Outlaws and Far Cry. Like it can run all those games.
And that's why, like, I was hoping if this power is true to be close to PS4 Pro, that'd be cool. I kind of wanted to be like a little bit more powerful, like an Xbox One X, having that much power. Because I kind of feel like that, even though we know the system is going to have power, we know that there's a possibility of a lot of games of today is probably going to be an easy port to the Nintendo system. So maybe a lot of these games who didn't sell might get a chance to sell on this new console. The question is, with all this power, are these games jumping up to $70? Or is it going to stay at the $60 mark? And literally will. Oh, go ahead.
Oh, go ahead. Sorry, I didn't mean. Sorry, go ahead. Keep going. Sorry.
I was gonna say it, with all this power, whether it's a PS4 Pro or a One X, if it stays at 60, more games are going to come to that system, and people, I have a feeling, are going to buy. Like, let's just say if the possibility of Immortals of Avion came to Switch, and it was a little bit downported, but still kind of run really smooth. Maybe 1440p on when it's docked 1080, when it's undocked 30 frames, undocked, or they can get close to 50 or 60 frames when it's docked, whatever. If people are willing to give that game a try on Switch, I think people would. And it may help that developer. Um, and I'm just using that as an example. It may help that developer, which might actually have people actually go on the other platforms, if they wanted a more power, to see how that game really is when more power is given. You know,
Mm-hmm.
like I have a feeling that a lot of games really got a chance to have a, I should say, some games are going to get a second chance on this because of the power, and more people are able to play this on a more powerful, I mean, a portable way, in a sense. So, like, maybe for Spoken might get another chance. I just say Immortals of Avion may get another chance. Um, Maybe Hi-Fi Rush, who was on PlayStation 4, but it felt like that game got ignored. Or was it PlayStation 5? It might have been PlayStation 5. That
It
game
sold
kind of
really well on PlayStation.
Oh, it did? Okay.
Yeah, it sold a
I think
ton.
it felt ignored, because there were so many people saying, haha, it's on PlayStation, I can't wait to get it and stuff. And it's just, I guess the feedback from it was quiet. Like, great sales, but no feedback from the people who were so happy to finally play it on PlayStation. You would think they would be like, okay, now I understand why Xbox players and the gaming community love this game. Because, like, if
Wow.
Microsoft was going to port in, if Microsoft was going to be a big support, well, now it's going to be Tencent, I should say, put a Hi-Fi Rush on Switch. Um, if that happens, of course, a lot of people gonna be like, okay, can we get a box copy of this because it's on our system? Yes. Here's $60 because you guys released it on a box copy.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I guess. I just I think we've already seen them explore $70 games a little bit on the Switch, right? Like Tears of the Kingdom was $70.
Mm-hmm.
I think it was a well-deserved $70, and I know they say they're gonna take it game to game. I can tell you the next Mario game will probably be $70. The next 3D Mario game will be $70.
Probably
But
so, yeah.
maybe the next Kirby game is $40 or $50.
$50.
I think what you're going to see is a lot of companies explore the price charts and see what makes the
Mm-hmm.
most sense for them. I think if you get something like Final Fantasy VII Remake on the Switch, that's going to be $70.
Oh yeah.
Because, I think anything AAA third party is going to be $70. Not even going to blink an eye, unless it's something really old, like like when they put Yakuza on the Switch,
Mm-hmm.
Kiwami 1, right, was the
Yeah.
game they put.
Yeah.
$30, $40, sure, okay, yeah, I
And
could see
it
that happening.
and the game did numbers too. They'd be like, "Oh, the game actually sold." Yeah, we told you that the game was sell if you brought it out. Instead of just keeping it to Japan when it was on Wii U. We would have bought this game.
Yeah, but I mean, it's a different situation now from 10 years ago, right? But also, like, I think Nintendo is really going to keep exploring the scale. I think they've been pretty good at that. I mean, Metroid Prime Remaster, primed, no pun intended, primed for a $60 price tag, and we got it at 40, right? Pikmin 1 and
Yes.
2 probably could have charged $60 for both of those games, $50, right? And then, like, any of the other remasters or ports that they did, right? I know people like to complain that they were all $60, but guess what? You all bought them anyway. And they also
Mm-hmm.
added something to each of them, right? Like Mario 3D World had Bowser's Fury, right? Also, everybody that's complaining, none of you owned a Wii U, so shut up. Uh,
That part right there.
Just I always have to say that because nobody bought a Wii U except for us. Where was I going with that? Oh yeah, the remasters or ports all added something to them. They did a lot of work to a lot of them to make them feel better, look better. I mean, even the 3DS games, right? Like Luigi's Mansion 2 HD, right? Like did such a great job with that game. And Paper Mario looks amazing, and they just did a really nice job of the balance. And not I think they're going to do more of that with the next console. I think is whatever games are kind of Switch 1 games that will work on Switch 2 will probably hover in that $50 to $60 range. I think Switch 2 games, big, huge AAA Switch 2 games are going to be $70.
And everybody's going to be watching Nintendo, what they could do with this power. Like, everybody's going to see what can Nintendo do with 1440p and 60 frames per second. Like, they're going to, the industry is going to watch what Nintendo does and then be confused on how did y'all pull this off.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Oh, Switch 2, man.
Heck, if Nintendo fools around with Unreal Engine 4 on this mug and it got everybody's mouse on the floor, it's going to be insane. I have a if this just happens, that Nintendo even make Epic Games to be like, how the heck y'all take our engine and do this stuff we don't know about? That would be insane.
But, I mean, Unreal Engine 5 is going to run on this thing because Fortnite runs on it.
Yeah. But I'm talking about an old engine and doing stuff that they didn't even expect that could be done.
Well, I mean, I think Unreal Engine 4 has been so broken down at this point and people just know what to do with it, right? But like my thing is like looking at the Switch 1, I would actually be shocked if Nintendo, like, I think Nintendo would be fine not releasing a new console at all and just keep making games for this. I think there are two reasons they're releasing a Switch 2, right? One, third-party support. They still need third-party support. They've had the most third-party support with this console that they have since the Wii, and probably the most quality third-party support since the GameCube, right?
Dude, third support. Outside of that, I'm sorry to cut you off. The third party needed Nintendo because the thing about it is, look how much money they made off of Nintendo to keep a lot of their developers and parts of their company open when Xbox and PlayStation games almost bankrupt them or probably almost where games weren't selling.
Well, I mean, you heard what Bobby Kotick on his way out of Activision said it was probably dumb of them not to put games on Nintendo's console, but that's a different story for a different day. But also, like, I mean, you look at Bethesda's support, you look at Xbox's support recently. I mean, the Outer Worlds is on there. I know it's technically private division, but Xbox made the effort to get it there. Pentiment, Skyrim, Grounded, Doom, Wolfenstein, like the support from Xbox and Bethesda are all there, right? Even Activision Blizzard, like that, everything from them is on the Switch except for Call of Duty right now. Like everything, Crash, Spyro, Overwatch. I mean, the fact that Overwatch runs on the Switch is like that. I mean, that was an awesome game to see on the Switch. Granted, I know Overwatch is kind of in a downward spiral at this point, right? But not whatever. But like, it's cool that they got it running on there and that they made the effort to get it there,
Yeah.
and I'm excited to see what third parties do with the Switch 2. But the other reason is security, right? The Switch has been broken open for years. Granted, it's still selling consoles, right? But like, it's been broken open for years. It's really easy to pirate games on the thing if you have a launch console, right? Launch consoles are actually like going up in price, I think, because they're not updated, right? So,
Right.
I think security is a huge issue for them. They want to solve sooner than later, and
Yes.
those are the only two reasons I feel Nintendo wants to release a new console, because indie games clearly don't need the extra power, right? Sure, it'll help, right? But like,
Right.
especially for and I think this is more of a, and I'm not saying developers are doing a bad job, right? But like, it is on the developers to optimize their games for this thing, and some of the indie games that have come out recently have been kind of poor at launch on Switch, if I'm going to be honest with you. Like the Plucky Squire, for instance, was like one that really stood out this past year, to the point where like I bought it and I was really excited to play it, and I got stuck at the same spot 3 times, not even counting the other, frame rate and other technical issues. But I got literally stuck at the same place 3 separate times, and to the point where I just deleted it off the Switch, and I probably won't ever go back to it. I was really disappointed because that game looked really cool, and I know Pat kind of liked it, didn't love it, but kind of liked it. It was an interesting concept. It was an interesting premise. Like, I really wanted to give that game a shot, and I just couldn't, and that's just one of probably several at this point. But and Nintendo always knows how to optimize their hardware. I mean, the one game on the console that could probably use a little bit of a boost would be the 2 Zelda games, right? Breath of the Wild and Tears of the Kingdom.
Princess Peach.
Well, that's, but you know what I mean? Like, all their games run at a pretty stable 60 or 30 frames a second, depending on what you're playing. Right. All the games look amazing. And, Nintendo continues to know how to optimize their hardware, to the point where what can they do with 16 times the power at this point?
That's why I said the industry would be looking at Nintendo to see what they would do.
I'm telling you, I want the next Zelda game to look like Horizon.
Oh, if you don't think Monolith Soft is digging into this, oh shit, I feel like Monolith Soft is going to come out and clown
whatever their next game is, which I still think it's going to be that RPG that we talked about like 6 or 7 years ago and never came out.
Yeah.
That wasn't a Xenoblade game, and they confirmed it. Remember that? I went back and looked for the
I literally thought that was their next game, and it wasn't Xenoblade Chronicles. I'm just like, no, because they've been talking about this secret game. Like, there's no way that Xenoblade Chronicles 3 could be coming out, and then 3 gets announced and then it drops, and it's like one of the best RPGs. I'm like, that's insane. On top of working on Tears of the Kingdom.
Yeah. Like, well, they have 4 teams. We know they have 4 teams, right? One is kind of like an all-around studio. One's the Zelda helper studio. And then they have 2 teams that make games, right? So,
right, and I kind of feel like, and it just hit me, I think Guerrilla Games, shout out to Guerrilla Games, I think they're going to be looking at Monolith Soft for the next Zelda game. If Anuma and Monolith Soft and the Zelda team could get it just right for 3D, Guerrilla Games, their name is going to come up. No one is doing what Guerrilla Games is doing shout out to them for Horizon Forbidden West on PlayStation 5. Shout like
so
straight
good looking.
Exactly. And I'm like, if Nintendo could get to this level, or Monolith Soft could get to that level, like equal it or a little bit surpass it, go ahead.
Yeah. I was just going to comment on the Gorilla thing. If you could let Horizon play like, play a little bit more like Zelda and Xenoblade, and then you made Xenoblade and Zelda look like Horizon.
Insane.
I like Horizon a lot. I think it plays fine. I think the gameplay could use a little bit of work.
Yeah.
But also, like, dude, if we got a Zelda game that looked half that good, I would cry my eyeballs out.
Nintendo would get coins, but we would make sure that Guerrilla Games get that coin. We would not be playing. Once I get my PlayStation 5 Pro, I can't wait to get Horizon. I know that if Guerrilla Games could do that, and Nintendo could do that, I would just equally give them Game of the Year for whatever reason. Guerrilla Games would get that coin, not just from Sony fans. I would be like Nintendo fans. If you own a PlayStation, if you want to go outside of Nintendo, get this game from them. If they could put it, if Guerrilla Games could put it off, and Monolith, Zelda, and the Zelda team, and the Numa could pull it off, that's mad coin for both of them. And this is not even to count out even Xbox, because to tell you the truth right now, what Guerrilla Games and Nintendo, what they need to do, if they could put it off and do what they do, Ninja Theory has already proven that with Hellblade 2. And Ninja Theory know they could clown. They know they could clown. So Xbox already got it good. We just need more from them. Shoot. Yeah. A Ninja Theory game, Guerrilla game, and okay, that's a one-up discussion. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. To have that thought in that discussion, that's a one-up topic. I'm sorry, that's a one-up topic.
I really want the next Zelda game to be just I want it to be, I want it to showcase, I want the next Zelda game and the next Xenoblade game to showcase what Nintendo can do in the graphics space that they haven't done in a very long time, so well, that's our rumor mill segment.
Sorry, I'm a little bit fired up.
I'm excited too, though, man. I mean, like, we're in exciting times. We are in uncharted territory with Nintendo for the first time in a very long time, and I think that's what the most exciting thing is, right?
Yeah.
So, we'll see, but I am thrilled to be covering a console launch for the first time in a long time, to the point where, like, I've told you, my focus this year is going to be on Nintendo. That's my focus this year. Almost, I don't want to say exclusively, but like almost exclusively, because I'm so excited to see what's next. So, anyways, speaking of what's next, let's get into Pack Watch. Here are the games you can.
Did you check the chat?
What?
Did you check the chat?
No, I did not check the chat.
Please check it.
Yeah. Okay. I paused. All right, Ed, let's get into Pack Watch.
Pack Watch. Yes.
Speaking of what's coming soon to your Nintendo Switch, here's what you can get on the eShop or physically. I don't know if Freedom Wars is getting a Western physical release. I know it's getting a Japanese version, but here we go. Ys Memoir, the Oath of Felghana, a fan favorite entry, returns, newly remastered for Nintendo Switch as Ys Memoir, the Oath of Felghana. This is the remake of Ys 3. Nearly 15 years after its previous release, longtime fans can look for. Is this 3 or 4? 3?
It may be
I don't
3.
remember. I think it's 3 because uh anyway, let's just keep going. Anyways, longtime fans can look forward to numerous improvements and upgrades, including an all-new voiceover for legendary protagonist Adol Kristen. With remastered high-definition visuals and music, the epic adventure has never looked and sounded better. Because the other one, the Vita version, because there's Ys Origins, which has 1 and 2 in it. I don't remember. Anyways, this is coming to Switch. If you're a Ys fan or I guess Trails fan, because it was so weird at the Game Awards. They announced that weird for maybe not the Game Awards. Somewhere they announced the Trails versus Ys fighting game, and it's like, what are you doing? So that's on the 7th, which is Tuesday, and then on January 10th, Freedom Wars Remastered, which I am actually really excited for. I loved Freedom Wars. It was like one of the only Vita games I like really stuck with. Set in it.
Oh, I was about to say, I've never heard of this game. I didn't sell it at Toys R Us, so this is all new to me, everybody, just to let you know. Go ahead, Corey.
It's so good. It's so good. It's a multiplayer kind of almost Monster Hunter-y kind of game, but set in a nightmarish future where anyone born into this hellscape are deemed sinners. Players seek their freedom by volunteering for extremely dangerous combat operations to compete with other panopticons for the remains for what remains of the planet's dwindling resources. So basically you're a prisoner and you have like this weird life sentence, but you go on these quests to kind of whittle down your sentence, and you can actually like become free essentially from doing this. And it's a really cool concept. I wonder how it'll do, because it has a really large multiplayer component to it, but it's really interesting. I hope people buy it because it's really interesting.
Also, I heard that it's going to have difficulty options because they said like the original one was very difficult.
Yeah.
So,
yeah, I think they're adding. Yeah, I think they're adding that to this game too. I think I saw that somewhere too. So, which is cool, which is fine, right? I mean, that's that'll get more people to play it if you can, kind of casually play through it. Because it's not, I mean, it's not really about the story. It's about combat, and it's kind of like Monster Hunter, where you kind of go in and for the fighting the monsters and mastering the skills, not the story, right? Even though there are people that care about the story, but so that's what you can get on Nintendo Switch this week. Ed and I were talking. I was like, man, I thought games were coming out this week, and none of the websites have their stuff updated to say these are coming. But we did it. We found them for you.
Yes, we did.
So, NSO games that have been added to the have been added since we recorded, the last kind of real recording. Tetris, the NES version of Tetris has been added, and then the Game Boy version of Donkey Kong Land 3 and Game Boy Color version Tetris DX, which is one of the best versions
game.
of Tetris.
Yeah,
has been added. So that's really cool. Tetris DX is awesome. When Donkey Kong Country Returns comes out, the only Donkey Kong game we're missing is Donkey Kong 64, and the entire Donkey Kong series can be played.
And I have a feeling that's going to drop sometime next year.
Yeah, I kind of feel they're going to make it some sort of event. Especially if you know what would be an interesting thing, because it was rumored for a long time that the Mario Odyssey team was working on a 3D Donkey Kong game.
You thinking a remake of 64?
No, not a remake, but like I'm wondering to get a promotional beat for that, if they were like, maybe they reveal the console by itself, and then they start revealing games in a Nintendo Direct or something. But like Donkey Kong 64 coming to NSO is like part of the marketing beat for the new Donkey Kong game. I don't know, but that was just, I still think it's going to launch with Stop me. Nintendo music tracks have been added. Splatoon 2's tracks have been added. Mario 64 has been added. Wave Race 64 and The Legend of Zelda Skyward Sword tracks have all been added to the Nintendo Music app on your phone.
So good.
Which is awesome. I really like that app. I know people were making fun of it, but like I haven't listened to this much Nintendo music in a long time.
It sounds so good in headphones and in the car. Like, it sounds like they remastered or something or cleaned up something about it. But I'm like, ooh, these sound so good. Like really, really good.
Yeah. It's awesome. I think Nintendo music is awesome. All right, Ed. That's what you can play on your Nintendo Switch this week. Now, instead of a banter of the week, Ed, it is time to do our Nintendo's year in review for first party games and talk about our top 5 games of the year across all platforms. And then we're going to talk about the lineup for 2025 for Switch so far that has been confirmed or intended to release on Nintendo Switch next year. So this is kind of a big discussion that we're going to try to, make entertaining for everybody.
Yes.
Because we have a lot of questions to get through too, Ed. I'm very excited. This is a beefy episode for not having any news.
A very beefy episode.
The Switch 2 better not get announced anytime between the release of this episode and all right, I'm gonna cry. I'm really nervous about the Switch 2 announcement stuff.
Okay.
So yeah, let's run down the first party games release. So Nintendo released 12. They published 12 games this year, right? Published 12 games. None of them were like, I wouldn't say any of them were showstoppers, right? But there are a lot of great games in here. I would say, well, maybe Zelda might be the only one that's like, give people pause and look. But so in January we got another Code Recollection, which is the 2 remakes of the DS games, or one was a DS and one was a 3DS game, or were they both DS games?
Both of them were DS games. The second one never came to America.
Okay, you know more about those than I do, but we got the remake, and those were pretty highly regarded. I would say the remakes were. In February we got Mario vs. Donkey Kong remake, which was excellent.
Yes.
In March we got Princess Peach Showtime. Nothing in April, but we got 2 games in May. We got Endless Ocean Luminous, which people were really excited about, and Paper Mario: The Thousand Year Door remake, which had been rumored for years at that point, probably close to 2 years.
Yes.
In June we got Luigi's Mansion 2 HD. Excellent. It's the best Luigi's Mansion game. I would say Luigi's Mansion 3 still looks better, but Luigi's Mansion 2 is by far the best Luigi's Mansion game in my opinion.
It's so much fun.
In July we got the NES World, or the Nintendo World Championship NES edition. In August we got Emio the Smiling Man.
Such
September
a great
we got
game.
yeah. Man, this cough just won't go away. Sorry everybody. In September we got The Legend of Zelda Echoes of Wisdom, which was a really great 2D Zelda game, despite our kind of criticisms of it. In October we got Super Mario Party Jamboree, which was a lot of fun.
Yes.
November we got Mario and Luigi Brothership, which was an excellent Mario and Luigi game. I'm still trying to make my way through it, but it is excellent.
I will return
And
to it. I got to put more time
I know
into it.
I need more time, man. The bossies are taking up so much of my time. And then in December we got Fitness Boxing 3, your personal trainer, which has a few new things added to it. So if you're into your fitness stuff, there's that. 12 games, Ed. Not too shabby. I know a lot of them are kind of remakes or remasters, but we still got a lot from Nintendo, and that seems to be Nintendo's MO for the Switch, right? They've really been
Yeah.
able to put out what 6 to 12 games every year, published
Hmm.
games.
And you got to think
Um,
about it. They put a whole year full of games up. Like, if you really look at it, a game per month. So they kept up
mhm,
that tradition that they've been doing past years. So that's
mhm.
great.
Yeah, it's I mean, they've done a great job. I keep saying this, but they've done a great job of balancing the remakes and remasters and new games,
Hmm.
new double, kind of like new smaller games like Princess Peach Showtime, or not that Zelda Echoes of Wisdom was a small game by any stretch, but like a top-down Zelda, to the major AAA games like Tears of the Kingdom and
Hmm.
Odyssey and
Yeah.
Xenoblade, and they've done a really great balancing act with this generation. It's probably the best they've ever done, ever, right? Like, I think it's the best they've done balancing this ever. There's something for
Yes.
everybody all the time. Um, I think that this year is no exception to that rule. Um, Granted, we didn't have like that major
It.
like Tears of the Kingdom moment, but I mean, we still
Yeah.
got Echoes of Wisdom, which was a new Zelda game a year after we got a new Zelda game, and
Right. And
Paper
and
Mario: The
and
Thousand Year Door is something people were looking forward to
And like I said, I like
forever.
Nintendo doesn't have to go hard because they're prepping for
Hmm.
Switch 2.
Yeah.
There's just a lot of games just on every other console, definitely for third party, that needed to be recognized and stuff. And as much as you people could say that Nintendo didn't have a big better year, I'm like, for some of these games the sale numbers don't lie, and their Metacritic and the reviews have, whether they've been average or pretty good in the 80s and stuff. Nintendo for the last 7 years just been killing and dominating, almost
Hmm.
like in every aspect. Selling, still selling Switches, still selling games, um, being on the NPD in Famitsu, like sales for years and years and years, month after month after month. Like, that's good for Nintendo. So even if
Yeah.
they don't have a stellar year this year, I'm like, there's been other systems needed to be recognized for the games that came to their platform, and those games also needed to be recognized because they were new IPs. They were they were enjoyed by a community outside of Nintendo, and probably even some Nintendo fans enjoyed it. So like Nintendo did what they needed to do. Like, they're focusing on another console,
Hmm.
and that's kind of more important to Nintendo at this time. And you can't blame them, because us outside of Nintendo Power Block, just people who review, who watch Nintendo content, who listen to Nintendo podcasts, they've been saying that they've been wanting the Switch too. So if you want that, you gotta let Nintendo get that stuff ready.
Yeah. Yeah. It's Nintendo has been just on top of everything, even when their lineup seems small. They still are providing. And I mean, that's not even including all the great NSO stuff. Like, um, we got the N64, more N64 stuff this year. We got Golden Sun, which people were ecstatic about. We got
Yeah.
uh, all kinds of Tetris games, and obviously Donkey Kong has been a huge hit this year. And there's just been a lot. And I think I also, like, I feel like it's been a great year for people to kind of um catch up on games from last year too, so
Mhm.
um we need that every once in a while. uh it's I love seeing this from Nintendo. I really do. And I think, Sony has kind of explored this kind of area a little bit, although they don't publish nearly as many games as Nintendo does, right? But
Yeah.
I think Astrobot is a great example of them exploring that, exploring something like this, right? I think, you know, the Miles Morales is a great uh, thing of them exploring something like this, and Ratchet and Clank, right? These smaller kind of games that build off things that they've already done, um, and smaller titles that will still pique interest and stuff like that. So I think Nintendo's doing just they've done a great job this entire generation.
Yes. Definitely agree.
Yep. Uh well, Ed, before we get into the lineup for next year,
Yes.
do we wanna go over kind of like our favorite games of the year of 2024 real quick?
Yes.
I mean, I don't have a lot to say really that I haven't said already, but I figure we'll just kind of run through our lists quickly and then talk about the year ahead.
Yes.
If that
So I'm I'm gonna go first, Corey. Because I know the games that's on your list, it's pretty much would have been my list. So I try to go a different route. Um,
No, don't do
with
that.
this list,
Say your favorite games of the year.
these
You
are
need
part of
to.
my favorite games. These are part of my favorite games. I know, but
You are
I
so
we need
obsessed with your list being different than mine.
to, uh, but
uh,
Dragon Age the Velgar. um Bioware came correct with this game. The day that I brought it and finally got it installed, I have been playing it every day. I did almost I believe I did every quest. Um I kept a lot of my party alive. I played it all the way through. I love that they went with this action route. Um it really gave me high hopes for Mass Effect, the next one. Like I'm super excited that Bioware is in a place that I feel confident them making their games on Frostbite now. I think they learned the Frostbite engine and they could work with that engine and really make some amazing games. Um I know the sale numbers haven't been big. I know a lot of people still haven't picked it up or worry about it, but like I enjoyed this game. Rook is a great character, even though they don't use your name, they all call you Rook, and you do voice in this game. Um, I was really into this game and just definitely enjoyed the combat and the action with it. So Dragon Age the Velgar. Tekken 8 is a crazy fighting game with a bomb soundtrack. Graphics look amazing. Um I truly enjoy just finding the computer, and I haven't gone online yet, like really learn the moves to fight anybody. But what me and Nelly was when we were at PAX West, um, we sat down and watched them play Tekken 8 on the PC, just different competitors and everything. And that got us hyped, man. We were into it. And I'm like, this is what I love about Tekken 8. And I think with the technicality and just Bandai Namco using Unreal Engine 5, I'm like, this made me look at Street Fighter 6 and be like, yeah, you're not on the same level. Like I passed up Street Fighter 6 because of Tekken 8. I even talked to LeBron about it. I'm just like, man, if I get a chance to ever go to Evo and see people play Tekken 8, it's going to be hyped. And it to me, when we was at Pac West, it didn't even matter if we knew who the players were. Um it was always to see who's gonna win, who's gonna get that final hit. And just like Tekken 8 just brought something out of everybody. But playing the game, I just like, man, this game is gorgeous on Series X. So Tekken 8, shout out to the team at Bandai Namco for this. Never. Got my review up on bossrush.net, and man, I thought as great as Gree is, never just like, man, the team at Automata Studios did it. Beautiful music, great animation, like hand drawn, and just having the Studio Ghibli feel to it in its execution. I played the game all within 2 days, cause due to work and stuff. And just being able to call Neva and hug her, and just seeing a lot of expressive storytelling still without no words and everything. It just, man, Namada Studio once again made another instant classic for me. Dragon Quest 3 HD, 2D HD, having a fun time. It's my grinding game. I could throw in a podcast of music and just start grinding and making progress with it. So I definitely enjoyed that. And my last one is Emio, the Smiling Man, Famicom Detective Agency. Nintendo N-rated game, and when you watch the ending, you'll understand why it's N-rated. But great story, kept me on my toes, got me into the mood of looking for more adventure games like this, and hoping that Konami, please bring out Snatcher. I need a game. I need Snatcher to come to Switch or Switch 2 or whatever. Like, Emio just rejuvenated my love for adventure style novel games. And man, great dialogue, some funny parts here and there, but really intriguing with the story and just like the animation. Like, it's such a great game. And we did it as a book club game, so guys, check out that video. But yeah, those are just some of my five. Corey, I'm gonna hand it over to you because yeah, your list would have been my list too. But I'm gonna hand it over to you.
Okay. So my list is very kind of all over the place. When I was making my list, I realized I didn't play nearly as much as I really wanted to. Um especially on the PlayStation side, and definitely not a lot on the Xbox side either. So it's kind of all over the place, but my number 5 is Prince of Persia: The Lost Crown. I really enjoyed that game a lot. I'm not a huge Metroidvania person at all. You know, I complained to Laurent all the time that I got lost in Metroid Dread because I suck at those games. But I really liked the map system. I really liked the exploring, and I really liked the way the game just felt moving around, even on the Switch version, right? Like, it felt really good
Mm-hmm.
in handheld mode. It had a really awesome art style, and I'm really glad that Ubisoft took the chance to put this out, even though it seems like we aren't getting another one. But it was really interesting. It was really cool. I'm glad. Like, these are the games that I missed from Ubisoft, right? Like this,
Yeah.
or Rayman, or Valiant Hearts, or Child of Light. Like, these types of games that are smaller but have a lot behind them. And I think Prince of Persia: The Lost Crown is one of them. If you haven't played it and you enjoyed Metroid Prime, or you enjoy Metroidvanias in general, please play this. It's really fun.
I own
The
it on
combat
Switch
is,
and Xbox.
yeah, the combat is awesome. The movement feels really good, especially once you start like really unlocking things. Definitely play it.
Yes.
My number 4 game is The Legend of Zelda: Echoes of Wisdom. Uh, I had my gripes with it. The bed is the big joke, right? But like, it was still a really awesome 2D Zelda game. And we are going to be talking about it in an upcoming book club. But it just really was cool to see Zelda take the lead role and how, you know, she just it was just a wonderful game. The dungeons felt very old school. It definitely reminded me of Link's Awakening in a lot of ways, but also like it was more of like a Link Between Worlds almost actually.
Mm-hmm.
Just the weird, interesting ways that that they applied things to old school dungeons. Um, I really liked it. I really liked using the echoes as to fight for me while I went exploring. Really, um,
Yeah.
I did that a lot. I just had them follow me around and fight things while I explored. Uh, so that's I really like the Zora kind of interactions. Was a really
I
fun story beat. Um,
Can I interject real quick? One of the best water dungeons in the Zelda game.
yeah,
I
yeah, it was
love
great.
this water dungeon.
Hmm. Yeah. So Echoes of Wisdom was awesome. Uh, if you like 2D Zelda games, this is one you should probably play. In my opinion, I really liked it. Um, Number 3 is Indiana Jones and the Great Circle. I was very concerned when they showed it in first person. But I also think Machine Games makes really great video games, so I wasn't too concerned. And then people started talking about Chronicles of Riddick, the Xbox game, the original Xbox game, which Starbreeze made, but Machine Games was spun out of Starbreeze from a bunch of ex Starbreeze people. So
Mm-hmm.
um, that got me pretty excited. And then like it's the one thing that like really started scaring me was when people started saying it was like a Dishonored like, and I was like, it's an immersive sim. I don't really care for that. But I think the it's a beautiful looking game, first of all.
Yes.
Um, I think the way they handle exploration and non-combat zones feels really interesting. Like when there's a crack in the wall or something that you clearly should be able to go through and you try to punch it, you can't. But then you find a hammer laying around and so you're like, "Oh, I wonder if I can use this hammer to bash through this wall." And you can, and you find something. It's really fun to learn that type of thing in the game, right? And the fact that it opens with like the Raiders of the Lost Ark stuff is like, of course they're gonna put that in there, right? But like,
Mm-hmm.
it felt meaningful. It didn't feel like how some licensed games just shove things in to make it. Oh, remember that thing? You know. Um, I haven't finished it yet. It might be higher. It could be lower depending on the direction the game goes. But I think Troy Baker also does an awesome job at playing
That
Indiana
I do
Jones.
agree.
He's
I agree.
an incredible Indiana Jones. There are parts in here where I'm like, I don't know, and it's not Troy Baker's fault. It's just the way he was written. But I was like, I don't know. I feel like sometimes they make Indiana Jones dumber than he really is, um, just to make a plot point for another character. But it is what it is. It's a video game. You gotta pad that 2 hour adventure into 20 hours. What else are you gonna do? You know. So I just rewatched all the movies. By the way, they're all still
I
really
need to.
good.
I
I
think I need to.
literally rewatched
I,
all of them.
I need to buy them like on 4K, or Blu-ray. Uh,
Got it right here.
which which edition is that?
Oh, it's the Blu-ray. Uh, it's called the
Combo.
complete adventures, but it's just the first 4 movies. Um,
Oh, cool. I need to
because it
snag
was
one.
I bought the box set before. Um,
Okay.
uh, but yeah, I'm still a Crystal Skull defender. I really like the Crystal Skull
I need
Kingdom of the Crystal
I need
Skull.
to watch it. I literally didn't get to watch it. I think that's why I need that collection so I can watch all 4 movies again.
Yeah,
It's been a long time since I've seen those movies. So
yeah.
I really want to like rewatch them.
I think the people that get mad at that are just people who like to get mad at things that were made in the 80s and like they try to make sequels to them now. It's the
Mm.
whole Ghostbusters conundrum too, right? Where like I don't know. I really liked Kingdom of the Crystal Skull. It it might be my third favorite Indiana Jones movie.
Well, like I said, I
Dial
can't
of
wait. I'm
Destiny.
excited to watch it.
Yeah, Dial of Destiny I still think is pretty good. I think it's about a half hour too long. It might be 40 minutes too long. The movie's
Hmm.
almost 3 hours long, man. That movie is
That's the
long.
that's
That's the
the third
last one.
movie.
No, that's the last one. The newest one.
Oh,
Temple of
okay.
Doom.
So
Temple of Doom is the second one. Third one is The Last Crusade, which is the best one, by the way, everybody.
hold on. How
It's the
many
best
movies are
movie.
there?
5. There's
It
Raiders of the
was.
Lost Ark. There's Raiders of the
Is the
Lost Ark.
first? That's
Temple
the
of
first one,
Doom.
right?
Raiders is the first one. Temple of Doom is the second one. Last Crusade is the third one, and it has Sean Connery in it, and it's the best one.
Okay.
Kingdom of the Crystal Skull is the fourth one. It has Shia LaBeouf in it.
Yeah.
And Dial of Destiny is the last one.
That one came out this year, right?
Last year. 2023. 2023.
Okay.
I think the first 20 minutes of that movie are awesome. I know people like to complain about young CG or Harrison Ford, but
Yeah.
like it's awesome. I think the first 20 minutes of that movie are incredible. It feels like an Indiana Jones movie. I'm like, I would watch CG Harrison Ford in 3 more movies if you did it. But that's just me. Also, I think Indiana Jones is going to live on in these video games. And
Pretty much, yeah.
Troy Baker's now going to be Indiana Jones forever.
pretty much. Machine Game's got a lot.
Yeah. Plus, there's rumors that with the game actually sold really well, and Disney wants more Indiana Jones games in general, not just more in this vein, but like, which I'm like, all right, let's relax a little bit. We don't need 30 Indiana Jones games, but I would like an Uncharted Indiana Jones style game.
That I would love. Yes.
Anyways, my number 2 game is Destiny 2: The Final Shape. It would have been number 1, and it might be number 1 depending on what day you ask me. So it's like a 1A 1B situation, I guess.
Mm-hmm.
I think if you've been playing Destiny since day 1, the payoff in this ending is wonderful. It is a great jumping off point for people who are like kind of done with Destiny, but like it's a great ending. They brought Cade back, and the way they brought him back makes sense. The way it ends makes a lot of sense. The passing of the torch, if you will, of certain characters makes a lot of sense and is really touching. It was just a very wonderful experience. And Salvation's Edge, yeah, the cutscenes, the Avengers moment cutscene. I won't spoil it for anybody who played it.
Those cutscenes were so emotional, especially when you get closer to, like, when you find more about cases and you get to the end, and I was just like, this, like, Bungie knocked it out the park with this expansion.
Yeah, they did. This might be my favorite Bungie game ever. And I'm not just saying that because I'm, friends with some of the people that still work there. But
dude, you got your review like highlighted from Bungie, like.
Yeah, I mean that was another major thing, right? Is like the Boss Rush review was featured in the trailer, which was awesome, and I don't know, the whole thing around the Final Shape just felt like it was just amazing. I
Yeah.
really like the final shape. I put it up there with like, well, the Witch Queen was also an awesome expansion. I think that's clearly the second best expansion, and Taken King, in my opinion, is still the third
Hmm.
best. And Forsake, well, we could list them all, but I think in terms of Bungie's best products, I put it up there with Halo 3 for me. In terms of just the amount of time I spent playing it, plus what the game has meant to me and certain aspects of life, and just where I'm at now versus where I was when the game came out 10 years ago. And I don't know. It was awesome. I mean, also like the way that Destiny has kind of the reason why we're all here, right? Like, I mean, you and I are here because we became friends, but like I started podcasting and doing content because of Destiny,
Hmm.
and we wouldn't have met if Destiny hadn't pushed me to do something, right? Like, I mean,
Right.
obviously there are other factors. There are a lot of factors of why I started doing it, but like Destiny was like the first true meaningful content I ever made on the internet. And we're all here because of this dumb game. And I don't know, it was just like a really nice full circle moment in a lot of different ways. And the final shape will forever be a top 15 or 10 game for me of all time because of it. So uh despite all the weird things that happened at Bungie over the last 2 years, and
Yeah.
people who lost their jobs, and a bad expansion, and financially, I don't know, and Sony taking over, whatever, all that stuff aside, what they did with what they did with Into the Light, which was this kind of mini season they did before the final shape, leading into the final shape, and then the raid, Salvation's Edge might be the best raid they've ever made, crossed with the final mission and then the final cutscenes, and they nailed it. The
Yeah.
Pale Heart is an awesome location. All the secrets that you find in the Pale Heart's version of the tower, it being the Destiny 1 tower, introducing new characters like Micah 10, like, well, I mean, new to the game, not new to the lore, but new to the game. Like Micah 10 is a really interesting character. It's just, I can talk about Destiny 2 all day, and we do every week
Mm.
on Tower Casuals, so you can go listen to that if you want more Destiny. But my thing is Destiny 2: The Final Shape is a very special ending to the Light and Darkness saga of Destiny 2, and I hope Bungie finds their way back with Project Apollo and Project Behemoth, which are the next two kind of major expansions for Destiny. So, and then last but not least, Senua Saga Hellblade 2 it's my game of the year, and it's not because it's an amazing video game. It's not because like the combat is some revolutionary thing. I just, over the course of the last year and a half, I learned a lot about myself. Some positive, a lot of it maybe negative, maybe just indifferent, that I had to learn how to um be a person again, with things that I just have learned about myself, with some certain diagnoses and some mental health things. And replaying Hellblade earlier this year,
Hmm.
really like meant a lot more to me than it did when I played it the first time, um because of just how much I was learning about myself through playing the first game. And then the second game, like the first game was about her learning how to deal with it, which is what I was learning how to do when I was replaying the first game. And the second game is Senua learning how to use that to her advantage to interact with people and make her mental illness a positive and learning how to learn which parts to listen to and which parts to not listen to, and making it a viable part of her life. And
Yeah.
you know, I know people think it's not as good as the first one. I think if you play them I think if you play them in the way that I played them, and the different stages I was at when I played them,
Yeah.
it's been a really interesting series of events, to say the least. And so that's why Hellblade 2 is my game of the year.
I I personally, for me, Hellblade 2 is better than Hellblade 1. That's another
Oh yeah,
discussion
I
for another
think
day.
yeah.
but but that it's the journey that she goes on. And even with and this might be a little bit spoiler, but not so much, the voice of the father that she's fighting with,
hmm
it's it's so powerful. That um those portions makes when you get to the ending, I won't spoil it, makes the ending even more stronger. Because I think that was the journey about Hellblade 2, was that Senua uh was becoming stronger through, while dealing with the things that she was dealing with in the real world. She got
hmm
captured, and then she got free, and then she just goes through this journey, mentally and physically. um and it's just like those portions that she goes on with the dad, and just speaking, and just hearing the voices and everything, and it really gets you, like, not questioning um yourself, but it really makes you think, um or of a lot of things. And seeing her going through stuff, and the way that she comes out, it's just like it takes the storytelling to another level, but it also showcases, like, people who have this is the things they deal with on a daily basis. And it makes you, um when you meet someone like that, and you approach people like that, it makes you really be a little bit more empathetic to them, being more kind to them, really, you know, just just really, like, hearing them out, and being able to take your time with them, because I'm just like, that's a lot for that person to handle and everything. And, like, just there's just something about Hellblade 2, outside of the visual aspect of with it, is outside even the short playtime that people want to just, like, you know make the game feel like it's not a great game because it's a short game. I'm like, there's a lot of interaction, there's a lot of narrative, there's a lot to take away from this game. And when you don't take anything away from this game and just make your judgment because it's a short hour, 6 hour experience, you're missing the point of the game. You're missing the point that Ninja Theory is getting across with Sigma. And I just think that if 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 anything that's been impactful this year from any kind of media, from or just from video games, Hellblade 2 is probably the most impactful game of 2024. It just is. There's no other game that's impactful for what Ninja Theory has done with this. Like I said, anyone who want to talk about narrative and want to talk about story and stuff, okay, you want to talk about it, play Hellblade 2. Outside, don't even worry about the playtime. Talk about the narrative in this game. And when people can't talk about the narrative in this game, it's gonna be like, well, you can't judge it about a short time. You need to there's something to take away with this game because the narrative is super strong. in this game. So yeah, Hellblade 2 deserves all the awards with it. It's not my personal game of the year, but it's on my list. Me and Corey, you could go back to some Pow Blocks. We have been talking for this game for a long time. I think we probably both finished it at the same time, and I know you went back and got all the achievements and stuff. But man, like I said, that ending is just so powerful.
Yeah. And it makes me hopeful for the third game because they clearly set it up for a third game. And I hope,
yes,
I hope Ninja Theory stays open long enough to get that third game. But I mean, I think Ninja Theory is going to stay open regardless because they have a state of the art mocap studio. They know what they're doing with that stuff. So I think, they know what they're doing in that respect. But I wonder if they can make a larger game by telling a story like this. I think they totally could. I think they can make and I know everybody wanted this game to be that, but I think they could make a God of War style game and still have it be just as impactful.
Returning back to the action roots with
no,
strong
just
narrative.
no, I just meant like make it a longer, more open-ish experience with, maybe a little bit more combat that's, varied and, still keep the story elements, still keep the puzzles, because I think those are the most important parts. But like, I think they could totally just. I think they have the chops of making a larger story game. I mean, like Heavenly Sword was awesome.
That's what I was
DMC was
about to say.
awesome. Odyssey to the West, Enslaved.
West.
Odyssey to the West was awesome.
Yeah.
They have the chops to do stuff like that. And, Hellblade 1 and 2 told interesting stories in a small confined game. And I wonder if whatever Xbox does with their next console, right? Whether it's their last console or not, who knows? But whatever power is inside that box, I hope they can make a game that is I would love to see a God of War sized experience. I don't want a Horizon sized experience. I mean, 50 to 60 hours is way too much. But I think you can make like a 15 to 20 hour experience that feels just as impactful, has more interesting combat, and really gets into the mythology of her people while also dealing with these things.
Honestly, I feel like what Ninja Theory probably had in mind, if they were able to do like Heavenly Sword 2, I think they could probably take that idea and place it into a Hellblade
Well,
game.
I mean like the newer God of Wars, not the old ones. I'm saying the new ones. I don't want a Heavenly Sword style experience. I want
No,
like
I'm just talking about the idea, like the story
yeah.
that they probably had. They probably took that idea and probably could put it into a Senua, another Hellblade game.
Yeah. But that was my those are my 5 games. We should probably talk about the Nintendo's kind of lineup for 2025.
Yes.
So let's do that. So there have been a lot of games already announced for the Switch for 2025. Some of them are dated, most of them are not, but we can still kind of go through and kind of talk about them, because even if they come to Switch, they will still be playable on Switch 2. And let's Yeah, let's talk about them. So in January, we're getting Yeast Memoir, The Oath of Felghana, and we're getting Freedom Wars Remastered, Donkey Kong Country Returns HD, Tales of Grace's F Remastered, and Star Wars Jedi Power Battles. Now, again, we're only going through like bigger titles and, you know, kind of games that people have their eyes on. Yeah.
Yeah.
February, we're getting another Trails game and Trails Through Daybreak 2. March, we're getting Suikoden HD remaster, the first two games. A new Atelier game, Atelier Yumiya, The Alchemist of Memories, and The Envisioned Land. Those games are somehow popular, and they crank like 5 of them out a year for some reason.
Yeah.
Hey man, whatever works. Tales of the Shire, a Lord of the Rings game, which is that kind of Animal Crossing style Lord of the Rings game. And then on the 25th, we're getting Xenoblade Chronicles X Definitive Edition.
Yes.
And then I'll just run through the list of these, and we'll talk about kind of what the more interesting games are. Obviously, first party. There's a lot of first party games here still.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I've counted 5, I think. So Capcom Fighting Collection Volume 2, Coffee Talk Tokyo, Deltarune Chapters 3 and 4, Dragon Quest 1 and 2 HD 2D remakes, which I think they said are bundled together, right? That's kind of...
Yeah, they are.
Fantasy Life I, The Girl Who Steals Time, which is a first party title, I think, by the way. Fighting Force Collection, our friends at Astral Clock Tower Studios seemingly want to put this on Switch, and it was on the list I saw. So Crystalla, the kind of Soulsy, I would say it's more like Bloodborne than Souls game that has cats in it. It's way cooler than that description just sounded. But you can watch a trailer. You can watch a trailer during the bossies.
Yes.
Little Nightmares 3, Lost in Random, The Eternal Die, Lunar Remastered Collection, Metroid Prime 4 Beyond, big title.
Yes.
Mio Memories in Orbit, Pokemon Legends ZA or ZA. I don't know which one it is. I've heard both. Professor Layton and the New World of Steam, which I'm very excited for, which Level 5 has kind of said that Nintendo is the reason why this exists. So I'm very excited for that. Shovel Knight, Shovel of Hope DX, which I'm very excited for. I hope it gets a physical. I hope it's a physical that is widely released and not a limited run thing.
Amen.
Man, Shovel Knight DX, man. Propeller Knight. I can't wait to play through the whole game as Propeller Knight. It's my goal. That's the dream. Where's my Propeller Knight DLC? And then the Legend of Heroes Trails in the Sky, the first, which is a remake of the very first Trails game that I know a lot of people are excited for because it's not available anywhere except for PC, seemingly in the Vita of all places. Wow. So Nintendo has a pretty strong lineup, Ed, for first party and third party support. You know,
yes.
Donkey Kong. Yes, it's a remake, remaster, whatever. It's the best Donkey Kong game, in my opinion. Donkey Kong Country Returns is the best Donkey Kong game, in my opinion. Xenoblade Chronicles X Definitive Edition. I can't wait to see what they added to that game to make it longer. But also I want to know how they tie it back into the series.
Plus, I hope it has a better map, like to do the side quest stuff. Like that was one of the problems with that game. Be like, where the heck is this thing at? So I could go.
Yeah, I also wonder how they're gonna do the tablet thing, right? The second screen thing, because that was like that was always their kind of what they were talking about. Why it hadn't been ported earlier is because the second screen actually is a functioning piece of the game, right? I mean,
Yes.
obviously you can it'll probably just be a pause menu at this point now, right? Like similar to what they did with Tokyo Mirage Sessions, right? Like the tablet was such a big deal on the Wii U because it was like the text messaging stuff, it was the, inventory management stuff, it was all kinds of, it did a lot of things. But at the end of the day, they
Yes.
just kind of made it a menu option in the Switch version. So let's see. Other first party games, Fantasy Life I don't know. I know that series exists. I don't know what it is. Because this is like the third one. Because they were 3DS and DS games. Right? Fantasy Life was a DS game.
Yeah.
So um
Because I
Metroid
think I
Prime
own the
4,
first one.
obviously.
Oh,
I
of course.
I mean, they are going to have to put out the second and third game, right? Before this. They're gonna have to.
I
That'll be.
I
I'm telling you, it's gonna be a Pikmin 1 and 2 remaster, Pikmin 1 and 2 situation where they're gonna bundle those two together for $60.
I have so it's probably gonna be okay. Nintendo Direct digital release right now rather than the show. Physical comes maybe 2 or 3 weeks later, like the first one did, or a month later, or
Mm-hmm.
sometime down the line, or physical to be announced, to be determined.
Mm-hmm.
I think that's what's going to end up happening. I mean,
Mm-hmm.
at this point in time, you don't have a choice. You did 3 million in sales for this game physically, not just digitally, physically.
Yeah.
So they know that money is there.
Mm-hmm.
People will buy this. And if you decide to do the collection, I think what it was the Wii collection or something, if you decide to even go that route, people will buy it.
Yeah. The what do you call it? The Wii collector, that Wii collector's edition with the steel book, man. That was like
Mm-hmm.
a man. What a what a collection that was. I I think they could totally put 3 on a current, like with buttons, right? That was like their big thing of why it wasn't ported to the Wii
Yeah.
U at some point, right? Like that trilogy wasn't ported to the Wii U's because they couldn't get Prime 3 to work with buttons. I'm like, that's
Dude,
okay.
the RPG community is already losing their mind saying that they're gonna eat good because the Legend of Heroes Trails Through Daybreak 2, Suikoden 1 and 2, Atelier Yuma, Xenoblade Chronicles X, Dragon Quest 1 and 2, uh Lunar Remaster, Tales of Grace's F. Dude, even though some of them are probably going to be on other platforms, for a Switch, the whole community was just like, "Oh, we're eating good for RPGs in 2025," and just from this list, and there's more to come. Oh heck yeah! Tales of Grace's F, love that game. Played it on PlayStation 3. Um, One of probably my second favorite Tales game. It's so good. Um,
Mm-hmm.
with this. So we could do one I bought for I got for my birthday. So we could do two a good game but kind of forgettable. A better story I will say. Coffee Talk Tokyo. We got to congratulate them on the announcement of their game at PAX. So we're definitely excited to be playing this. Um, the Fighting Force collection we talked about earlier. Oh, that surprised me. I told Corey that I actually got Fighting Force 1 on PS1 for my birthday. Um, and then I did play 2, but that was like a rental from Blockbuster. And I was just like, yeah, I'm so glad I didn't buy this game.
Yeah. Well.
Oh, and of course, out of all of this, Metro Prime 4 is probably like the number one
Mm-hmm.
out of all.
Yeah. Yeah. Plus, like, I mean, we're getting a new Pokemon Legends game, and Professor Layton, like those are big deals, man. Those are, I mean, to me, like Professor Layton is an amazing, like the fact that we're getting a new one is awesome. I love those games. Those games are like why I kept my DS charged for as long as I did.
Yeah.
So
now when the Pokemon company will talk, who knows?
Yeah. I wonder how they're gonna like. I know they're gonna announce the Switch 2 soon. Obviously, they said before March, the end of March. So I wonder how they're going to keep in line. Like, hey, we're gonna do a Nintendo Direct. Maybe I wonder if they do a Nintendo Direct in January of upcoming Switch titles. They tease the Switch 2 at the end of it and say we'll have more to announce on this date about the platform and its games. That's how I think it's going to go down.
You thinking like a last when they do like
a
last
swan song
or something,
like a swan song kind of. Here's what's coming to Switch in the next 6 months or whatever, and then their one final thing. They're going to show off the Switch 2, like a tease, kind of like that October tease for the Switch, right? Where it was just like they released a random commercial that, when it was announced, and we ended up like talking through Facebook Messenger or whatever. I bet it's some sort of commercial like that where they show it off. I bet they do the reverse of what they did with the Switch 1, and where they're clearly playing it in handheld mode. Maybe they're playing a bigger title like Final Fantasy VII on it in handheld mode, which would be awesome to see. Like maybe not Final Fantasy VII directly, but like something big like that. That'll show, hey, these games that you're playing on the other consoles, we have them too now. And then the cool thing would be to drop it into the dock or whatever the new dock looks like, slide it in, drop it in, whatever it looks like, and then go to play it on the TV, right? I think that would be amazing. I think that would be awesome. Because the last one, like they were playing it on the TV, right? And then they took it out of the dock to take it with them. I think it would be cool to make this one them coming home with it, playing it and then putting it into the TV.
That'd be so funny. What if they had like a Bluetooth button and you Bluetooth the Switch system to your TV?
I mean, there is an extra button on that thing. We know that. There's an extra button on the front based on those images, the leaked images. And
what if they do cloud gaming like that? You just do.
I don't want to hear the word cloud gaming. I don't want to hear the word cloud gaming right now.
I know.
My Samsung TV just had a huge update, like a interface update. Yeah. And the whole thing, they have a whole game section now, and it's all Xbox. Sign into your Xbox Game Pass to play your games without a console. And it's like Bluetooth control. Like, here's where you can attach controllers to your TV. And it's like, I have an Xbox plugged in. I don't want to play. And it's like, it's one of those TVs that like recognizes the things when they're plugged in. So it like, where you go to choose, it says Xbox Series X in the little square. Like the TV detected it. Stop advertising the cloud gaming. I have the box plugged in. I don't need your reminder that these games run worse. Anyways. But yeah, 2025 so far, strong year for Switch. And
yes, obviously
its successor is going to have its own round of games, which will be even more interesting. And I wonder, and we can talk about this on a one-up episode after it's announced, but I wonder what companies will support it and how they're going to support it. Like, Will we finally get Madden and college football on the Switch? Because like college football is still the best selling game of the year, right? Like even outselling Call of Duty, and it didn't go anywhere besides the PlayStation 5 and the Xbox Series consoles, right? Like, what if you put that on a Switch? Look how well FIFA does on the Switch every year, and it's the garbage retread versions. It's
The
not even the
questionable
real
content
versions.
version.
It's not even the real versions. It's like it's like 10 years ago model, and it still sells, right? Like,
Yeah.
imagine if you put college football and Madden on the Switch, right? Like, I just, anyways, like, are we gonna get that? Is Xbox gonna put like, are we gonna get Indiana Jones on the Switch? Are we gonna get, finally get Hi-Fi Rush? Are we gonna get the Master Chief Collection? Are we gonna get these games?
Uh, Sure. Are we gonna get Netflix Black on the Switch?
Nah, I don't really care about that stuff. I mean, I know
Like,
people do, but I don't care. I have 1,000 other ways to watch Netflix. I don't need
I don't know.
another one.
But just in case people ask, be like, are they gonna get Netflix back? I'm like, they got Crunchyroll, Hulu, I think, and Disney
Uh,
Plus. I think they kind
yeah.
of good.
Okay, I would. Yeah, I actually have Hulu on my Switch. I have it logged in. So,
Same.
yeah. Any final thoughts before we move into community write-ins, Ed?
No, just a strong list that I'm looking forward to.
Yeah, the final year the Switch is the only Nintendo console on the market. I do want to say, I hope they drop the Switch Lite to $99. How baller of a move would that be?
Oh, they have to.
Oh my
At this point
gosh,
in time, you have no choice.
dude, I would buy like 2 or 3 more just to have.
Just to have them.
Yeah. So, all right, let's get into community questions. Remember, you can join the Discord. Look for the question block channel under Nintendo Pow Block, and you can leave your questions there at any time over the course of the week, and we will get to them on our next recording. You can also look for our threads on Blue Sky Twitter and our Patreon. You can leave questions there as well. So our questions, we have what's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 questions tonight. Our first 3 come from Mary Helen Norris from the Discord. She writes in and says, top game in your Nintendo backlog for 2025.
Mario and Luigi Brothership.
Xenoblade Chronicles for me. That's the number one. 100% number one. She has 2 more questions. Is there an indie game you previewed at PAX East or West that you would love to make it jump to Switch?
Yes. And I actually looked at, so I have 2 of them. Into the Dead, Our Darkest Days, which is going to be coming to PC. Into the Dead is like a survival zombie game, but they made it like a 2D. Had a great time playing it at PAX East. That's the one that I'm looking forward to. But Pipistrello and the Cursed Yo-Yo, it got a demo on Steam. This is like the Game Boy Advance Zelda action adventure game that I got to play. It was my game of the show. They are focusing on the Steam version, but they're hopefully they could get it as a Switch. The game's not even out yet. They're still working on it, but I hope it does come to Switch or even Switch 2. But that is my eyes.
Okay. Man, I don't even remember what I played at PAX East or West. Hold on, let me open the website and see what we covered.
Would you play Robots at Midnight on Switch too?
Yeah, that game. I would imagine that game would be coming to Switch at some point. Which we are gonna have a spotlight with Daniel real soon. That game comes out in a couple weeks, by the way.
Yeah. Excited to play it.
Yeah, I would play. I would play that. I would play that. I really liked that game when we played it.
Yes.
Let's see what else is here. I think Let's see.
Is
Anton
Rara
Blast is
Boom
already
coming to
on Switch.
Switch? Midwest
I
Games. Did
will
they say Rara?
I will I will discuss that with you after the show.
Oh, okay.
I played Pizza Bandit at PAX West. That game was pretty cool. It was like that weird, like almost Gears of War-esque shooter, but you are a pizza delivery person who is trying to keep people from stealing your pizza, but it looks like Gears of War. I would definitely play that. But a lot of the indies are actually kind of coming to Switch, I think, already.
Yeah.
That Croak game that's like kind of has that frog kind of platformer style thing game that has it's by the Cuphead animators. Some of the Cuphead animators. So I would like to see that come to Switch if it isn't already. So those would be my picks. I feel like we played so many games at PAX, and like I feel like most of them are trying to come to Switch at some point. I would also play Crystalla if it ends up coming to Switch. I'm not just saying that because we're friends with them, but like,
Yeah.
I really think that game looks interesting and fun. And I don't play PC games, so that's where I'm at there. All right, our next question from Mary Helen: are you trying to make it to Super Nintendo World, and if so, what are you most excited for? I'll let you go first.
Am I trying to make it? Not yet. I'm not trying to make it to Super Nintendo World yet. I do want to go to Donkey Kong land, but like it's not on my priority just yet. Um, due to the fact that I am a Six Flags kind of guy, and they're getting some new roller coaster this year that I'm super excited for. So at this time, I'm not trying to make it to Super Nintendo World just yet.
Yeah, as for me, I don't really want to go to Super Nintendo World because it just looks so claustrophobic that like I don't know, everything, because like when you go to like Disney, right, everything is so spread out and like well laid out and feels open even if it's not, whereas like I see these videos online of like Super Nintendo World, and this is before they added the Donkey Kong stuff. Like
Yeah.
it just looked so cluttered and claustrophobic, and everything was so close together, and you know it just, and I'm a large person, right? Like I'm not a
Hmm.
small person by any stretch. It just looks like I feel like I would be super claustrophobic there, and I'm just, if I ever make it to Universal, like we do want to see the Harry Potter stuff at some point, and you know it it does. I wouldn't say no to going to see it, but I'm not going to go out of my way to go see it, I guess. And like the fact that it's like part of a park and not its own park also really bothers me, because I think Nintendo has the chops to make their own theme park, right? Or multiple theme
Yes.
parks. I think they're the only ones that could totally like 1,000% rival Disney in terms of like, oh, we could build 3 parks. One is, here's here's the Super Mario Park, and the central thing is Peach's Castle, and then you can go to, instead of like Adventureland, you have Donkey Kong Country. Instead of Fantasyland, you have, I don't know, like Kirby's Dream Land. Instead of Tomorrowland, you have Metroid and Star Fox, and F-Zero style stuff, right? Like you could have that type of thing, and then like your second part could be like The Legend of Zelda, or you could do all kinds of stuff. I don't know, man. I think Nintendo has enough IP where you could totally do that, and just cram it into like one section of one park at Universal. Like, I don't know. And I know it's kind of like an experiment, but also like they could have totally just at least built one park dedicated to
Mm-hmm.
Nintendo. So I don't know. That's my opinion. I feel like Super Nintendo World looks super claustrophobic, and I have no interest in going out of my way to go see it.
You'd be right at Disney World, pretty much.
It's not just that though. It's not that I'm a huge Disney fan to where I'm gonna like scoff at Universal.
All right.
It's just like it's more of the proximity of things and how claustrophobic it looks. That's my biggest issue with Super Nintendo World. So, and again, maybe the Orlando park will be bigger, right, than the California
Yeah.
park and the Japan park, but like, man, I just see these things and I'm like, how do you fit so many people in there? I would I would go cry in a corner somewhere and hope nobody touches me. Anyways, we're gonna move on before I start having a panic attack here at my desk. Uh, Sam Hall writes in via YouTube. Question: How long do you think Nintendo will support the Switch after the next console is out? What do you expect to see? What do you expect to see for Switch One games moving forward?
So I'm gonna say 6 months after the Switch 2 or the next console come out. I'm gonna give it 6 months. Um what do I expect to see for Switch 1 games moving forward? Being played on Switch 2 and updated. Getting performance boosts. And everything. Because the thing about it is, since Switch 2 is gonna be backwards compatible with NSO and with the physical and digital games that you own, um everybody's just gonna go to the next system and play. Hopefully their games run and play better. Like, that's what I expect.
So I think it's gonna have a longer burden than that. The 3DS was supported for at least a year and a half after the Switch came out. Granted, sales died down faster, but also I think people were just eager to move on from the Wii U and the 3DS and how tumultuous that cycle of systems were. Yeah, the 3DS sold great, but its launch was bad, and the Wii U just never got out of the hole that they dug themselves into. So, I think they're going to support the Switch much longer because they're going to have a harder time moving people over to the new system initially, I think. Not that the hardcore won't buy it and people won't buy it, right? I still think that's going to happen, but like I still think it's going to be a slower burn to the new console. And I think you're going to see a lot of what you've been seeing on the Switch anyway, right? A lot of
Mm-hmm.
remasters, a lot of ports, a lot of maybe a lot of indies, a lot of smaller third party titles that will work on both. I think you're going to see a lot of cross gen stuff from third party and indies specifically, and remasters until they finally phase it out. That's my opinion. But I also think they're going to drop the Switch Lite to $99, and they're just going to sell like 20 million more of these things. So who knows?
Yeah.
I really think they're going to drop the price just to get rid of inventory.
That's going to be the big shocker.
Because they're going to have to move. They're going to have to move all this inventory out to make room for the new consoles.
True.
I really think they're just going to drop the price dramatically. They've sold enough of these things at almost full price everywhere. right? They've
I
never
wonder.
dropped the price officially.
They never
Never.
have. I
The
wonder.
closest thing they got was like they put Mario Kart with every console at Christmas. That's the closest thing they've gotten to.
Do you think a 190, like just dropping it to 199, would be the smart thing?
I think what you'll see, the Switch Lite will be $99. The regular Switch will be maybe
Go.
179.
I say
And then no, I don't think they're going to drop that low. I think 179, and then the OLED will be 219 or 229. And then
199.
the new one will be like, I think the new one's going to be about $400. I don't think they're going to go over. I think they can't go over. But
I'm ranging 349 to 400.
well,
I'm a
the
range.
cheapest Steam Deck is, I think, 350 or 400. And
Okay.
they're going to want to keep pace with the Steam Deck. They're not going to want to outprice Xbox or PlayStation. Well, they're not going to outprice PlayStation, but
Right.
I I think that I wonder if they're going to try to get this thing under $300. But my gut says $399.
I think because it's a custom chip and everything that's
That doesn't
in it.
that
No,
doesn't mean
I'm just
anything.
saying. I
I
know.
think
I'm just saying that with them having that kind of tech in it, I think they can't go under 300. I think they have to get closer to like half,
Mhm.
like 350, or get close to 400. Definitely
I
with
think
the
well they've been sitting on those 1080p LCD screens for so long, you
right.
know? Like they've just been sitting on those things, and RAM is cheap, SSDs are becoming cheaper, and I know they got to have like they're going to have a small one in there. They're not going to I don't think they're going to sell another console without an SSD, but it's not going to be anywhere near a terabyte. It's going to be probably at the most 500 gigs, maybe even a 256 gig one, depending. Um, I I think there's a chance this thing could be 350. There's a chance this could be competitively priced at 300 because it's an LCD screen. A lot of the tech already has existed for a
Mhm.
long time. That honestly the Nvidia stuff that they're supposedly working with is going to make a lot of these things cheaper based on the technology alone, right? The only thing is that if when this is okay, I'm going to preface this is not a political conversation. This is what might happen conversation. When Trump takes office and his tariff thing goes into effect, right? Like
Mhm.
companies are going to raise the prices on things because of the tariff,
Import.
because of the tariffs they're going to put on the on products, right? So
Yes.
that's the for me that's the main reason why it's going to be more than $300. I think it's going to sit at 400. I would love to see them come out swinging at 350, but my gut says 400.
Definitely if they, because I know I agree with you. I think I didn't even think about the tariff part. I was just thinking 349 or 350. I'm just like, I wonder if they can make a profit. But I'm just like, with everything that's in there, they may have to do 400. Which
I
I
think
which
mm,
I wouldn't be
I
mad if they did 400. If they
I
could
think
make
as
a
long as they break I think as long as they break even.
mm-hmm.
And I know Nintendo wants to make some money off of every unit, right? That's their whole thing. That's why their units are underpowered in the first place. But I'm just thinking like they're not paying for Blu-ray drives. Their cartridges are theirs, right?
Mm-hmm.
I want to say priority. Um, they're oh my gosh, what do you call proprietary? Jeez, their cartridges are proprietary, so it's their technology, which makes them cheaper for them, right? They're they already have the parts manufactured for Joy-Cons, whether it's sticks and buttons, and the shells don't cost anything to press. The screens they've been sitting on, right? They've just been sitting on them forever because I think they bought them when Samsung decided they weren't going to make 1080p LCD screens anymore.
Yeah.
The tablets. That's when they got them, is when they decided not to make 8-inch tablets anymore. So like, yeah, they bought those cheap. So like what you're looking at is them paying, you're buying the SSD if they put one in at all, even, which they have to. They have to, right? I mean, they have to.
Yeah.
You can expand it by by a micro SSD probably again. It would be nice if they added a full SSD because those are much cheaper than a micro SSD, but whatever.
It's nitsy.
I they're using magnets for connecting the Joy-Cons to the console, which is a nice feature. The more I'm talking myself into 350, man. Maybe that's really wishful thinking, and somebody's going to scream at me in the comments. But that's wishful thinking.
Should we put that as a one topic?
Maybe, yeah.
Let's save it.
We can revisit this.
Yeah, let's save that one for later.
Oh man, I really think
because there's a lot to factor, and I think once we get the announcement, we can factor in the tariff thing. The tariff thing is a big thing, though. That's the factor.
Yeah, I like how this question was, how are they going to support the Switch 1? We went on a whole Switch 2.
We're considering Nintendo Pow Block.
I do think they're going to make a lot of the games that we've been waiting on. They're going to market them for Switch 2, but they'll have a thing that is compatible with Switch 1 or something along those lines. Like Twilight Princess and Wind Waker, the Metroid Prime remasters, maybe Mario Galaxy 2, these things, which also they would be dumb not to start putting Sunshine Galaxy and Galaxy 2 out as separate games like they did Metroid Prime Remastered.
Yeah.
They will. I 100% feel like they will. Anyways, save it. Save it. Deshaun Malone writes in via Blue Sky. Are y'all even ready for a new generation of Nintendo?
Yep.
Yeah, I am. The Switch still feels like a relatively new console to me, but also like I was playing Disney Dreamlight Valley in bed the other night, Ed, as you know that I do. And just as much as I love that game, it is the latest updates. That thing is really sluggish on the Switch.
Yikes.
And I would love that to just like, it's games like that would just like, I don't need it to be a PlayStation 5 in my hands, right? I just want a little bit more power so these games run a little bit better and that it makes the portable experience a little bit better. Like that's literally all I would want from this thing. I don't need it to be all powerful or all whatever, I just want it to be a really nice looking console that plays the games I already own, has new games coming to it, and will have a better online service.
Right.
like playing online. I think NSO is an amazing service. The retro stuff, and I just want a better eShop experience, and I want a better I want to play games online experience. So I don't even remember the last time I played a game online, Ed, on the Switch. So
same. No, Borderlands 2. That was the last time because I got to play with my friend. with it that I still miss. I miss some DB. Never mind.
It's gonna go fall into the trap now. Our last question comes from Austin Campbell via Discord. What Nintendo characters would make the best gospel choir? Who gets the solo and who hits the high notes?
I love Austin so much. Okay, so which Nintendo characters would make the best gospel choir? Okay, so the Elite Beat agents for the tenors and bass.
Jeez.
Somebody from Rhythm Heaven would be 3 altos. I think Rosalina, Zelda, and who else would be a super? Rosalina, Zelda, and goodness, who else have sang in a Nintendo game that would have a voice? I
don't know.
Let's see, Zelda. Because I mean, Princess Peach would have to be another soprano. I think those 3 would make those 9. And I'm only doing 9 to be like as a gospel choir / ensemble. I think they will have, they would make the choir. I think if who gets the solo, it's going to have to be Zelda. I think Zelda could kill it with her vocals. She seems more confident, sing and everything. And plus the ocarina and everything from Ocarina of Time. Like, we know that she could sing these songs. So I would have to give it to her. Who hit the high notes? It's going to be Princess Zelda, Rosalina, and Peach, because those are the sopranos. Now, if you want to go high note, and this is only for Austin, so all of you, you gospel non-believers and everything, there is a gospel choir called Ricky Dillard, and he got a song called God's Will Is What I Want. You have to hear that if you want like the high notes and to get an idea and everything. Or James Hall, I Never Shall Forget. If you do the newer version of that song, you will see how high they go with the sopranos. So, yes, I got a little bit churchy, but that would be my answer. Corey, I know you'll probably be like, I cannot answer this. Whatever Ed said.
I don't have an answer.
I thought you was gonna say whatever Ed says. That's it.
I mean, yeah, yep. Yeah, I don't have an answer for this, Ed.
Because Jigglypuff will put everybody to sleep, so that won't count. Jiggly won't.
I mean, that's fine. I'm thinking of the first thing I thought of was Zelda's, not in like a gospel choir way, but like,
yeah,
Zelda at the beginning of Skyward Sword when she's standing outside the statue, right, when all the Loftwings are kind of flying around. That was the first thought I had, which is like a weird thought because I never think about Skyward Sword ever. That was the shot I thought of.
Because mostly when it comes to Nintendo characters singing, Zelda would probably be the first one I would think of also. Because she's been singing in some games, like whether she's humming or anything, she would be the one.
Yeah. Well, Ed, that's it. That's our those are our questions.
And, all right.
I'm so glad we opened the year with a 4-hour show. This is
Well,
awesome, though. This is what I want the show to be, man.
Yeah, great conversations that we had. My final thought is everybody be ready for the bossies. Hopefully you guys will tune in. Also hoping that we don't get a Switch 2 announcement or Nintendo's whatever name they name it next console. Hope they don't show it this month. But that's my only
I
thing.
hope they don't.
Corey,
I hope they don't show it this week, because we just did a 4-hour show speculating on the whole thing. So that's all I'm saying.
Right. If they drop this on New Year's Day, I'll be like, Nintendo, you can't.
They would totally do that.
And you know, I'm off, and I would be like, I need you to, Corey, we need to talk about this.
I know. I'd be like,
but,
Ed, get on. So,
yes. Yeah, that's my final thoughts. Great. This was really a great show. I know it's long, everybody. I'm sorry, but
don't
great
apologize. This is what we want. This is what we want this show to be. No offense to anybody out there that likes short podcasts, right? But the dream podcast for me, this isn't my final thought, by the way. My dream podcast scenario is that we make every show as long as it needs to be, and this show is primed to do that. I want this show to succeed because it is high energy, quality, long. My favorite podcasts are 3, 4, 5 hours long, right? Those are my favorite podcasts. The Jeff Gerstmann Show is always over 3 hours. You know, Next Lander is usually 2.5 to 3 hours. You know, Defining Duke is 3 hours. Punching Up is 2.5 hours. You know, my biggest pet peeve is in podcasting is when people say we have to start wrapping it up. And it's like, but you're a podcast. You're not like in a radio segment that is holding to 42 minutes because you have 18 hours of commercials and then the next show starts soon. And I get it. I want to respect people's time as well. But if the quality of the content is good, Ed, shouldn't matter.
Yes.
Listen to us.
Yes.
You know, Sacred Symbols is 5 hours long every week. So, you know. Anyways, my final thought, Ed. And I actually have a final question for you, Ed, before we actually finally wrap it up.
All
but
right.
My final thought is I'm just really ready for I'm ready for the new year. I'm really going to put an emphasis on playing more games and finishing more games, and covering the new stuff for us here, and really just being a champion for, you know, us and our shows and our people. And, you know, I really have a positive outlook for 2025, you know, which is like I did for 2024 also, but I have a different feeling this year, you know, and I think it's because of all the things that happened with us in 2024. You know, I have a really positive outlook this year. We met a lot of cool people.
Oh, a lot
of, you know, important people. Not that we're going to like try to manipulate any kind of relationships we have, but like, you know, we met a lot of important people, whether it's to us personally or industry people, or, you know, it's just, I have a really positive outlook on this year, and I'm ready for it. And I'm ready to play more Switch. I'm ready for a new console launch. I'm ready for new games, backlog games, keeping track of games that I'm playing. And I'm excited for Pow Block, and I'm excited for the One Up podcast, and I'm excited for Indie Block. I'm excited for Spoiler Cast. Let's go. Let's make it all happen. Let's make it.
Yes.
Let's make 2025 a great year for our audience and our new listeners in this show, Ed. My final question to you, though, which is where I was going, and I kind of forgot, but now I'm back. You have any? We didn't do New Year's resolutions. Do you have any New Year's resolutions? Are you a resolution person? I mean, we kind of have done them in the past, but I don't know if like really a resolution person, like in terms of games, I guess.
In terms of games, um, I think one of my resolutions definitely, um, we talk about indies and stuff, and I kind of been off the indie bandwagon because there's been just so much third party and first party games out. Um, I'm going to really try to focus on playing and beating indies, and I think for me, one of the big things I really want to try, I want to get into some new genres that I don't personally get into, like sports games and real time strategy, stuff like that. I really want to make more of an effort to uh, learn learn those games and play them, and be honest about them. uh I kind of want to do more traveling for events, so like Evo, but you know anything in the Chicago area that's like comic book related or gamer related or anime related or stuff. I want to go there and be like do coverage and talk to people and stuff, because that's the thing with in 2024 at PAX East and PAX West was talking to a lot of people and just having these conversations, even though there were interviews and stuff. And, you know, to me, they kind of felt like I was having a podcast episode with them. I kind of feel comfortable and want to do that more, just with other people, um,
Mm-hmm.
at conventions and stuff. And I think that's my one resolution, another resolution, I should say. But I think that's the things I definitely want to do. But definitely with the genres and games, I want to get out of the genre of games that I'm known for to play. But I want to play different genres and stuff and learn those mechanics and systems and get into those games. And like I said, get back more to indie games. Um, and probably play some more scary games, survival horror and stuff. I don't know, but yeah, that's the stuff that I want to do for 2025 and writing and
Nice.
stuff like that.
Nice. All right, Ed, let's get out of here.
Yes, it's such a great one. We actually got some one up topics and everything.
This
But
was a great
thank
episode. This is one of our
it
best
really
episodes in a while.
It really was. It really was. Thank you for watching or listening to this episode of Nintendo Pow Block. You can catch new episodes Monday on your podcast service of choice on YouTube or on our free Patreon tier. Remember, if you're watching the video, subscribe on YouTube, like the video, and leave a comment. If you're listening, leave us a rating and a nice review. Get the show ad-free along with other perks like early access to Expansion Pass, Video Game Book Club. Become a Patreon producer, exclusive content, and more by heading to our Patreon at patreon.com/Boss Network. Follow us at Boss Network and at Power Block Podcast on all major social media platforms, including Blue Sky. And find all of our content, including reviews, daily banters, features, and more on our website at bossrush.net. Thanks for watching, and we'll see you next time. Bye, everybody. Woohoo!
Goodbye. If you want to see how you can become a Patreon producer, head on over to patreon.com/Boss Network. The Patreon producers for this month are Adriel Munger, Austin Campbell, Celeste Roberts, Christian S., Sana Dirrig, Francisco Santillan, Matthew Keel, and Todd Oxtra. Thanks for your continued support of the Boss Rush Network.